consumen los sistemas de aire acondicionado en cada edificio se sustituyen por una planta centralizada de enfriamiento de agua. El agua fría producida por el distrito se distribuye por tuberías que llevan a los intercambiadores de calor en el edificio. El agua fría es transportada del intercambiador hasta los manejadores de aire. El aire enfriado se distribuye por los ductos de los espacios a climatizar. En Colombia, los distritos térmicos tienen acceso a diferentes fuentes de energía alternativa renovable o residual, lo que hace que estos sistemas sean una alternativa de generación de energía sostenible que ofrece beneficios adicionales al usuario final.
Okay, so I am linked to the implementation of public policy and all the programs for technological fostering that are related with the incorporation of energy efficiency, renewable energies. So, as the context, we know that we are in this run against climate change, and particularly from the Ministry of Energy. The truth is that we have big challenges and we have developed important planning, energy planning. So the question today is how to link energy planning with urban planning. And our experience surrounding this topic. It is not easy sometimes. So, about the world context, I told you about some numbers at the international level. Energy final use, more than 50% corresponds to thermal uses, 20% electrical uses, and the 30 remaining sort of to transportation. So, from this consumption, the truth is that most of them are linked to fossil fuel consumption. And in small quantities and growth, certain solutions are being developed for renewable energies, modern solutions, biomass, solar, energy districts, what we're talking about today, and others. So within the Chilean context, well, I want to tell you that within in our unit, what it is our unit is referred to, energy consumption goes like this. 22% is residential. That's the unit I lead. And on the other hand, we have transportation, 36%, and industry, 38. So GHG emissions, let's talk about that. 78 of them are linked to energy use. Concretely, I want to tell you about some interesting numbers that we have learned throughout the path, what the consumption is at the housing level. This is data from the average type housing in Chile. We can see energy consumption. Timber is very important. We also have natural gas and electricity within the final consumption, energy consumption in households. We can see that in terms of expenditure, the comparison between, excuse me one second, I'm gonna look here. So talking about the relationship between consumption and expenditure, it's interesting seeing how the pie looks different. So between consumption and expenditure. So we have here electricity, the percentage, and then when we go in expenses, it's twice as much. Where is there more conflict in the south zone of the country? The percentage of energy, it's even higher. So in Chile, well, 70%, and yeah, more than 70% of the energy consumption are in districts in thermal uses. So there is bad quality timber. It is moist, and therefore their combustion is inefficient and it pollutes a lot. The impact is absolutely important. For so many years, we've talked about this topic, air pollution, in the central south area. And the truth is that numbers are very high, as you can see here. Let me show you this picture. This is the city of Coyhaique in winter. We can see the impact of timber use in the atmosphere. So we have developed for some years public policies. The main policy is related to these plans for decontamination proposed by the Ministry of Environment, 9 plans altogether. The, the idea is to use alternatives for heating and see it as a possible alternative. So there are feasibility studies that have been conducted in regards to this topic. We also have our long-term energy policy. It was developed through many different activities in different scopes. So we have the energy compatible with the environment, and we have this type of the main axis is energy compatible with environment, and we are pushing this forward thanks to all those strategic definitions at the country level. In addition to this, with public policy, we have the Energy Route 2018-2022. And 3 specific actions were established. So for district heating, what are they? The 3 actions: information tools, regulation framework, and demonstrative projects for district heating so that we can open the route and the path for this process. What has happened within these 2 definitions, these public policies and all these long-term energy planning? Well, Chile, the average, well, we want to go to neutrality. So our challenges are very, very demanding. And we have this idea to be able to advance in improving people's well-being versus energy consumption. So, so how can we lower the general trend? Because normally what has happened is that uh, country growth is linked to energy consumption. We have tried to break that link through energy efficiency so that we can grow without increasing energy consumption. So this brings environmental, social, and economic benefits. One of the important alternatives to achieve this is district um, district energy districts. So we have this long-term energy planning. Through this planning, we have renewable energy and energy efficiency. We have 4 pillars for this transition. The first one is to remove coal centrals and to increase renewables. The second one is energy efficiency. This is enabling so that we can get there to thermal solutions. Then we also have green hydrogen and electromobility. So how we can do this and how we can transform transportation. Along with this, we have been able to project our path toward carbon neutrality. Based on these 4 axes, to 2050, we want to be carbon neutral. Like I said before, what is relevant is to turn into a more renewable matrix. Nowadays, the matrix has fossil fuel use components. So the idea is to change these centrals and replace them with solar energy, air energy concentration, and others. So this is from the viewpoint from the electrical matrix. This does not only happen at big scale, great scale, but this has also an impact at the city level. We have promoted the development of generation means. We have promoted self-consumption technologies, and we have this important legislation for net billing so that end users can connect to networks and they can inject their energy surplus. All of that has impact in cities. So where we locate our PMGD in the middle, outside the city. So what happens with these self-consumption systems are installed right in the middle of the city? We analyze that. So that's how three of these axes impact cities directly. Therefore, we need to worry about urban planning and how energy planning in the long term ends up linking to urban planning. In that sense, like I told you, the increase in renewable energies has an impact in cities. Um, Everything that is related to thermal generation for district energy, where to locate districts, how that impacts uh, prop- mm, the appraisal for real estate, right? There is this challenge because including this type of infrastructures is not rejected by communities, so that somehow it is welcome by citizens. So there are many stories and successful experiences. So talking about energy efficiencies, we do important tasks for constructive standards. So we want to have the net zero buildings, and all of that goes for these measures to lower energy demand and for this to be a pathway, an enabling pathway for these solutions and everything that is related to the carbon footprint and the retrofit. So to be able to modernize them and conditioning and be able to connect to an energy district or other solutions. This has a great impact. So we have electric buses, we have the push towards electric mobility, and we are questioning and we are preparing strategies so that we can solve infrastructure, energy demand issues, and others. So all of these public policies, all these developments, this long term, somehow we had to do it based on problems in the cities. And we have worked with other ministries to be able to have panels and be able to conduct sectorial plans. So we call them the climate change adaptation plans. There are priority sectors to develop these plans. And as you can see, we have the energy sector, we have aquaculture, and we have as cities is also here. For example, number 9, tourism, infrastructure. So a climate change adaptation plan in cities has established the relevance to plan urban development. More than 90% of the population in Chile is urban, and this urbanization has brought big impacts on the environment. This is linked to energy consumption, eh, natural resources and their use, what happens with soil, what about transportation, infrastructure. So all of those are areas included in the plan. So this is linked with the image at the beginning of the city I showed you. Pollution, well, there is GHG production increasingly, particulate material as well. So there must be city management and planning so that there is access to all sectors, basic services, infrastructure, housing, and for all public goods constitute and go for society well-being. Well, we have here the strategic points. We have urban planning, territorial organization, we have infrastructure, sustainable building, we have reduction and risk management for these disasters linked to climate change. So we need to have territorial planning instruments, and we also need to have urban regulations. Concretely, from what I have mentioned, is climate change that has taken us to energy planning in the long term. Environmental emergency, we have the environmental planning, like I told you about bad quality timber that has taken us to environmental planning. What about urban planning? Well, we have not talked about that so much. And what is the impact it will have on energy districts? That's the question we asked ourselves at the beginning. So what about these two topics? We, as the Ministry of Energy, we go with, I mean, urban planning is to be handled by Housing Ministry. But the development that we have proposed, we have learned. So how this help us for urban planning? Specifically talking about Chilean context, your urban planning has two levels. At the national level, we have a framework legislation, which is called the Construction and Urbanism General Guidelines. We have urban planning, we have architecture, we have building, and that is at the national level. We have availability, habitability in different places, and road access, and the growth, how cities should grow. And let's talk about municipal levels. That is where we have, well, where is the legislation is landed. This is more specific, and we have communal regulating plans, and they are comprised of a set of standards on hygiene, security conditions in urban spaces and different buildings. There are provisions about soil use and zoning. This is what we have talked about: energy districts, locating community equipment, urban limits are located. We have density and priorities of urbanization so that we can have sanitation networks as well as energy networks. In this picture, I wanted to show you the communal regulating plans in the Coyhaique city. I don't know if you can see it well, but you can see that there are zones. It is divided into zones, and these are residential, others that are expansion to high density, sub-center areas where we have services, we have sports areas, we have industrial areas. So all of this is a challenge when it comes to developing an energy district system. There are green areas that have been defined, and there are restrictive areas. There are also areas for many different definitions. They have an impact on any process to develop projects. We have learned, we have had experiences, learning experiences about how urban planning and energy districts have to speak to one another. So we have developed pre-feasibility projects in several cities, and we have discovered that sometimes we have limitations. For example, where are we going to locate the thermal central? The, is it possible because of the soil use? Can we locate it here, or the city should start growing in the with an energy district located somewhere else? So all those questions have been important in our process to push technology forward. We have faced barriers. Nowadays, there is this unit in the Ministry of Energy to push energy districts forward. It's important to mention that there have been several years in this process. Some of these barriers have been overcome, and they have found solutions for planning, for regulations, and how to push these projects forward. Barriers that most of you must know, but in the Chilean case, energy projects are done through private investment. State does not participate, and in general, there must be a way for the project to be attractive, and they should be profitable. And in case of these energy districts, besides being pushed forward, they should grow organically in cities, and they must be appealing or attractive for the private sector. Well, there have been limitations, what I told you about urban planning and other topics, high impact, high investment, urban impact of these projects. And this is also linked to what we do in the, well, we talked about low standards. So this implies high demand and technological preparing from housing isolation and um, the being able to adapt it. I also wanted to mention about soil use restrictions according to regulating plans. In some cases, it has been difficult to install thermal centrals in certain places. For example, um, soil use for energy infrastructure. This definition exists, but it has several limitations. Particularly, I'd like to mention that nowadays in Chile, we have several pre-feasibility studies that um started to be conducted in 2010, but we have very few projects in operations. We have Torres San Borja. This is more than 1,500 apartments. It was built under different regulations. This is an emblematic because it provides energy to 1,500 apartments. And we also have, for example, Frankfurt condominium. There are 34 houses there. Generation depends on geothermal pumps. This is very appealing. This is very modern. And this is an example for many others. We have projects that are private within the context of a condo, but in general, these are two very important examples that I told you. So, about the energy route and public policy, this took us to have a, a unit dedicated to promoting the energy districts. Therefore, there has been great progress in the regulation framework. For example, there were comparison studies between energy districts in Chile and experience in other countries. For example, we also had legal advisories. This is the stage where there is this uh, bill for energy districts. It was prepared and we wanted to pass in Congress to be approved. Second, public policy information tools. Like I told you, there are heat maps that have been developed in different cities. We also have a manual. We have web platforms, and we have even had tools for energy district projects with the energy agency. On the other hand, we have had demonstrative projects. We have advanced in certain studies in the pre-feasibility studies to push them forward and as a strategy to captivate the private sector to develop these projects. We participated also in the district energy in cities promoted by the United Nations. This really helped us to promote and to create awareness at the municipal level about the relevance to tackle pollution through energy planning in the long term. And also to use heat maps has really helped in that matter. Similarly, we have the GEF project financing for these projects. This is how we have detected many of the findings in the regulation. Current legislation allows these studies, well, these smaller projects. Uh, in general, legislation was not enough, so we needed to propose a bill. So we needed to look at soil use and public goods use, and we want to push modifications to the existing legislation and to this uh, energy district bill. So here we have different topics proposed in the bill. Look, we have them here. So we want to have a concession system definition with rights and obligations. We give faculties to the Ministry of Energy to manage the concessional system, and we there is a mandate to the Ministry of Public Works. Um, well, we also have protection to clients. We also have the faculties of superintendents of energy and fuels so that they can supervise these projects.
Thus, we have stated certain possibilities and compatibility with the OGUEC body that I described before. They intend to make changes to the legislation for topics related to the facilities, buildings, everything needed to the development of those concessions. They could be called thermal centrals or energy districts, or it could be applicable to other types of infrastructure or other networks. To make it alike, make them all alike in, let's say, conditions and terms, and to apply the same conditions, the same legislation, the same provisions. This is the approach that is demanded from the Ministry of Health. They first have to qualify those activities or to be developed in those facilities. They need to be certified as harmless so that there'll be the same legal conditions as other types of infrastructure, such as energy or telecommunications. As a conclusion, what are we getting at with all this throughout all our process, experience, what we have lived in promoting energy districts? I think it's a key tool. And one important thing for that has been the heat maps and the energy planning, something that we have promoted. So on the one hand, we have several measures that aim at sorting out city problems, and they are linked to city planning or urban planning. But one of them, as an technological alternative, is the energy districts, which is based on heat maps. The heat maps compared to other maps, I had an issue there with the presentation. I don't know what happened. I apologize. It was not shown properly. But if we overlap these maps with other maps, such as emissions, in the end, in developing these projects, you begin to see how directly or indirectly we talk about energy planning. We begin to talk about energy planning, which is related to urban planning. This has been very important input to work with the city governments and to leave records of the importance of making long-term decisions to plan in the long term, both in terms of energy and in urban development. So I believe that at the end of the day, development of district energy plans need to be driven, supported to develop the studies, the feasibility studies where we analyze this kind of information in cities, because it'll be a very relevant tool to bring to the table this discussion as to how we should plan our cities in the long run, how to achieve sustainable urban planning through energy planning. That's it. That's what I wanted to share with you. Like I said, sustainable urban planning means long-term energy planning, and it means you must have conducted this product or process and try to support the studies and to raise the information which is all relevant to progress in the let's say the actions and activities of the Ministry of Energy and influence the market long term. I should also say that as a result of all this work, we have come up with this adaptation plan to climate change in cities. It specifically approaches urban planning, sustainable construction and infrastructure, that new concept, and all other instruments of urban planning that have to do with infrastructure, public space, housing, so that we can achieve this goal to get to the end of this race against climate change, to fight climate change, and hopefully having committed our zero carbon goals. That's it. I hope you liked the presentation, and I hope I didn't take much longer. So I'm willing to answer questions. Thank you very much, Nicolas. Everything was very interesting. Most likely there'll be questions. You talked about urban planning systems, the changes in the legislation, optimizing resources, both public and private funds to support projects, to call to attract the private investment, and especially what you said, we are against this race. It's a race against climate change, and that should be everyone's concern. Again, thank you very much. Very interesting. All the examples you showed, these two success stories that you shared with us in Chile. Okay, we're going to continue now with Cristina Mariaca, who will present the questions from the people who wrote the questions in the chat box. I think it's ready. Welcome, Cristina. Cristina is part of this big team of energy districts in Colombia. Welcome. And here you are with our guest speaker, Nicolas Pinto. Thank you very much, Laura and Nicolas. Thank you for your very interesting presentation. Good morning to all the audience who's joined today, and those of you who have been participating in this third International Congress on Energy Districts. I received a very interesting question that comes from some of the actions that you've conducted in some cities. And it's under what policies, or better said, under what mechanisms are you developing the energy maps? How have they become institutionalized? How is this materialized? How have you materialized this policy? I mean, this tool into policies? Thank you. I think I might have mentioned it, but more specifically, developing the maps has been linked to the atmospheric pollution plans. I think it was in a slide, but they established that we must incentive not only the development of pre-feasibility studies of energy consumption in districts. That's the guideline. So we have supported, as a result of that, we have supported those studies, and somehow we've tried to include those heat maps. Plus, we have worked with the Energy Sustainability Agency. We've done work together thanks to GF funds. And we have used those funds to support projects. We've been conducting studies for information tools, to develop information tools, also to develop assessment tools for those systems, so that we can encourage, promote, drive those pre-feasibility studies. And it's been a very important tool to create the heat maps. We call them heat maps, but they are maps that have several layers. They have a layer of the energy demand. They also have another layer of power emissions, different layers, particulate material emissions, CO2 emissions. And when you begin to overlap those layers with the regulators plan, and to compare it to the policy and compare it to the census information. The results are pretty interesting. And so we can adopt a position and then bring it to a table to discussion of urban planning. Thank you very much for your answer. And now this is not a question from the audience, but it's related to what you just said. That information of those maps, can anyone access it? I mean, public institutions and private parties or the general community, do they have access to those heat maps? Yes, we are working on trying to put together georeferenced maps to show total availability of the maps. It's information that we believe it's available and it may be shared, yes, but we yet haven't been able to systematize it so that it can be of free access yet. We're working on it. It's important work to do to make sure that hopefully these maps may be in our georeferenced maps. We have several explorers, we call them energy explorers, and they calculate or they show the availability of the renewable resources throughout the country, both wind, solar, all kinds of available resources, and all that development has brought a lot of information to people to develop projects of renewable energies. We want to make sure that these heat maps may be made available and they could be georeferenced. But the truth is, it means a lot of challenges that we still need to figure out. Okay, thank you very much, Nicolas. There are other questions. I'm going to throw this one. I think it's interesting. In the presentation, you talked about urban planning policies, climate change, and others. How has Chile approached these work schemes? What has or what have the different authorities and institutions done to implement those policies? Yes, we have a commitment to zero carbon. We want to do interrelated work among ministries. There are several work tables at different levels, but we have also developed all these adaptation plan to climate change together with the other ministries, let's say environment, housing and urbanism, and Ministry of Public Works as well. They've been conducting these plans or developing the plans of adaptation to climate change based on sectors. First, there was a general climate adaptation plan for the whole country, and then we have been landing it to sectors on some specific topics. For example, the adaptation plan in cities. That's been at the sector level. It's something we've done together with the different ministries. Okay, great. I think we are out of time. I had one more question about maps, but again, thank you for your participation. Thank you for showing the experience of Chile in the topic of energy districts and implementing that at the institution level, which is so important to promote that infrastructure in the other countries. Once again, thank you for accepting our invitation and thank you for your presentation. Thank you. I'm very pleased to have participated and share our experience. We want to thank Nicolas Pintor for his intervention again. Warm greetings from us to Chile. Have a great rest of day. And once again, thank you for setting this time apart and share your information in this Congress. We're sure that it will motivate all other colleagues who are here trying to fight climate change. Once again, thank you for your presentation. Thank you. Goodbye. Okay, we continue now after this very interesting talk we come with a panel as announced. It's an expert panel. They'll be presenting their viewpoints. We'll have three experts on urban planning who'll be talking to us about how thermal or energy districts have integrated into city planning or urban development plans, and they'll make recommendations about the factors that should be taken into account from the viewpoint of urban planning to develop energy districts, something that Nicolas touched a little ago. Again, remember that at the end of the panel, there'll be a Q&A session. So please, we encourage you to write your questions in our chat box. The first expert is Miguel Alvarez. He's advisor to the district planning unit from Cartagena mayor's office, and he's also the technical secretary of the renewable uh, energy committee of that city. He's an industrial engineer specialized improving management and productivity, has a master's in BA. He's worked in the private and public sectors in the formulation and follow-up of projects. He is advisor to the Secretary Planning Office, and he's the technical secretary of the Renewable Energy Committee in the city of Cartagena. The second guest is Jonel Rodriguez, coordinator of territorial planning at the municipality secretary in the city of Monteria. He's an architect and holds a master's degree and development and environment. Since 2013, has worked with the city government's office in Monteria, coordinating parks and public spaces programs. More recently, city planning and urban development. We should also add that he's been a coordinator in this office, Monteria, the Sustainable Cities program as an initiative to expand cities, to grow cities. And in at the moment, he's member of the advising committee to the program of biodiversity. I know, biocities. The third expert with us today is Ignacio Santelice. He's executive director to the Energy Office in Chile. Ms. Santelices is an economist and master's in economics from a Chilean university and a certificate in engineering business for sustainability, both from the California at Berkeley University. In the professional context, Mr. Santelices has wide experience, national and international, in development of policies and programs looking at clean energies and climate change mitigation. Cristina Mariaca will be moderating this panel. He's the national coordinator of the project in Colombia called Energy Districts. Feel welcome to this panel that we have put together for all of you. Again, moderated by Cristiana. We just saw her. I'm going to give the floor to her so she can start with the panel with all our speakers. Be reminded that this panel is looking at energy districts in sustainable urban planning. Let's welcome them. Once again, welcome, Christina. Well, thank you very much, Laura. I'd like to know if the panelists have joined. Let's just make sure everyone's in there. Let's give it a minute. Once again, a very warm welcome to Miguel, John Nell, with whom we've worked. Also, Rosa Riquelme, who's been a great leader of district energy in Chile and who's joined today because Ignacio unfortunately could not make it. He is still attending another event. Maybe he'll join a few minutes. Once again, welcome and thank you so much for accepting this invitation to participate in the panel. The objective of the discussion is the importance of integrating all strategies and especially the energy districts or district energy within sustainable urban planning. And we want to know if, I mean, what we want to conclude based on these panel's conclusion, if it's actually a way to be able to make sure that our cities, I mean, we have two cases in Colombia and several other cities growing rapidly. And what is happening in Chilean cities, if this urban expansion that is taking place, we can make it sustainable thanks to this type of planning. Then I'm going to present some questions. It'll be the same question for each panelist, where you'll have the chance to answer and then also add information that you think it's necessary. First of all, the question for everyone is, why is it important to have policy guidelines to achieve sustainable urban planning or sustainable city planning? So, Rosa, I apologize. You should go first, but maybe just to give Ignacio a few minutes to join us, let's better start with the Colombian panelists from Cartagena and Monteria. Miguel, you want to give it a shot? Yes. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to the Congress. It's important to see how planning mechanisms can help improve planning, improve city growth. And when we can plan, we reduce the negative impact there may be from our growth and the impact of natural phenomena that has affected us. For example, in Cartagena, it's a city at the sea level, and climate change and the rise of the sea level will impact us, especially by 2050, and 1 meter by 2100. So with city planning, we want to plan and improve things so that growth and the land use will have less impact. We can mitigate climate change. From that angle, energy districts should be included in our city planning because we need to plan for the future, and growth and energy consumption in a city such as Cartagena is a very important element. So yes, it is key. Thank you, Miguel. I have a big idea then, and is that planning allows us to mitigate negative effects. Then I can think of something else, John Nell, if you want to include it in the view of the Secretary Planning Office in Monteria, in this city, Monteria, also near the coast. This also helps us modify the business as usual scenario, what we usually see when cities grow. I mean, to be able to redirect some guidelines that are taking place in cities and lead them towards constant improvement. Yes, good morning, everyone. I completely agree with you, Christina. I think the best example to me, to myself, is Monteria has been a lab in the last few years in trying to develop the city in such a way that it becomes sustainable, and we try to foresee the and organize urban growth and implement different alternatives that can make sure that this sustainable growth can take place. We're talking about a city that grows in the development associated to biodiversity. We talk a lot here in Monteria about the development of the city based on eco services. But at the same time, we're talking about a city that wants to promote alternative energies so that the general public and the private parties have a chance to access these systems. So we have a city planning program approved this year, and the planning strategy wants to establish ecosystems as a development axis for our city. Number two, or an organized growth of the city of Monteria in the right directions. And number three, all the power of renewable energies. So along these policies, notice it's important to be able to create a the alternative growth for example, solar parks, uh, energy districts. That is so important, and a big network of new ecosystems that provide services so that the city may take advantage of them and may generate those important goals, and especially to reduce emissions and stop the or mitigate the impact. So we need to do city planning around sustainability, seeking to achieve our own objectives. And Monteria has set those objectives. Interesting, thank you. Now let's take a look at the national level. The Energy Sustainability Office in Chile. What role do you play in this planning, and how is it contributing to energy efficiency for sustainable city planning and to try to organize a work plan? Thank you, Christina. Once again, I apologize on behalf of Ignacio. He was in a face-to-face meeting and he has not been able to leave that meeting. As soon as he leaves that meeting, he's going to join here to share his viewpoint. But what I can say, based on my experience having worked for a long time in these topics, is that urban sustainable city planning is essential to include alternatives such as energy districts. It's got to be an option to respond to the demands of territories. We see that in cities, we have different demands of mobility, thermal energy, electricity, and so on. And in general terms, we have worked them out, but individually, each demand affect the electrical system. But in our case, the thermal system, we are trying to work it out. The way that cities have responded to demand has been individually without any planning, without much planning. So there's very little place for energy districts so that users may assess a different alternative, because what we know is that these systems are more efficient. We know that they have the chance to provide more flexibility. We can change technology. We can incorporate energy efficiency from a planned strategy. If we don't have city planning, then that's not possible. If each utility company plans their intervention in the streets, in the buildings individually, it's very complex that this will happen. So our work has led us to conclude that we must intervene in the neighborhoods, in the boroughs, in the districts, so that when we work with planning instruments, we can incorporate other alternatives. It's just as basic as allow that there are soils to create some thermal plant unit or central unit. The first barrier we found that cities are not conceived to have a thermal central unit. Is not something that could be reactive or it might contaminate, pollute the views we see in Europe, how they have conceived those spaces for the communication of citizens with some terraces, some interesting infrastructure. We've seen cases of parks, gyms, and it allows the infrastructure to become part of the city, to let's say mingle in the city, but yes, at the same time protect and help protect the environment. And that's hard unless you plan ahead, way ahead. And when you start to talk about the soil, and sometimes cities just take the old view on the energy production, but we know that if energy districts are not considered in the options to supply energy, it'll be much harder. It can be done, and that's what we've been promoting in our agency, to be able to have that alternative. But if we don't do it from the beginning, it'll be much harder. Another important element is that this allows aligning efforts, especially thinking of how complex it is to approach this issue of sustainable use of energy. And then when you talk to the stakeholders, you think about this in the long run, the individual efforts by companies, citizens, the city government offices and public institutions such as our agency, they can all be aligned towards those common objectives. We can cooperate with other development areas uh, in neighborhoods or communities such as employment, use of local resources to generate energy, and so on. And then we can come up with more interesting and comprehensive initiatives and bring efforts together. Of course, economic funds to make it more sustainable. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very interesting. You've talked about something that is not easy at all and is comprehensive and integrated utility planning. Maybe we're stepping a little bit aside, but I'd like to ask Miguel and John, who are day by day looking at their cities, how easy it is to begin to have that comprehensive view of, for example, energy districts, plus public utilities, plus the integration of other networks such as communication, plus other renewable or urban growth projects. So, how easy is that to achieve that, to align all these works in urban planning? And what are the opportunities then to improve, to actually have comprehensive planning in cities, and I mean cities that are already built, of course, because the urban growth areas they can thought up better or conceive differently than the downtowns, the cities that are already built. How easy or how hard is to integrate with those stakeholders, Miguel? It's not easy at all because there are many stakeholders who participate and they impact the decisions and individual decisions, as Rosa put it. Sometimes the solutions are appropriate, but they kind of have they don't have the global view though. At the mayor's office of Cartagena, we implement some work tables where macro projects in our city are monitored and there's follow up. So some resources and solutions may be implemented, but also complement one another. I'm saying this as a very general response, but it applies to the public utilities as well as the needs to manage any resource. And what we do at the technical tables, we make sure that people prepare the technical information so that the decision makers are informed and they may bring other resources needed. And everyone knows what is being done in the city. I know it's not easy because the priorities sometimes may be different and we need to complement that. But all secretariats, we know what's going on, we are informed, and we try to suggest solutions, and at least we try to align to a comprehensive solution. Yes, go ahead, John. I agree with Miguel. It's not easy at all, especially in mid-sized cities such as Monteria. These cities are just beginning to grow and they show a phenomena, and it's that, in my perception, migration is not so attractive, especially not to big cities, because they have pollution issues, mobility issues. So migrations are taking place to small cities because big cities are not so attractive anymore. So mid-sized cities are more attractive. The growth in our cities has been impressive. In this cities, Monteria, for example, has seen tremendous growth. So what happened? We never thought of other renewable energy alternatives. We never thought about energy districts. So it was tough to make a decision. It is difficult to make decisions in a city that was lose the territorial planning or territorial development, territorial organization plan was not properly implemented, was not even conceived. So that's hard. Now, the good thing out of this is that we began to think about this at the right time when these new city planning programs are being developed. These new thoughts on sustainable growth, organized city growth, and along this prime strategy, we began to look for alternatives, and the alternatives w- are being considered how to grow strategically and bring solutions and look at renewable energies in our cities. So I think the moment was appropriate. Yes, this is not something that everyone welcomes, not everyone likes. For example, where we place energy districts, where we place the solar plants, where we place the plants of alternative energies. That's difficult. And here it's important to have a policy. City administrations need to have the political will. I mean, it's a big issue, huge issue, that willingness that the decision makers make the right decisions, and we go for it. We're gonna defend it. We're going to implement it. And but this impacts territories. This impacts some soils. We have big city soils for the best soils in the city that any realtor, any housing developer would love to be, but they were lands more appraised for other projects, for example, to generate renewable energies. So again, it's the political willingness of the administration to be able to approach these topics. So to build sustainable cities is not an easy task. You face everyone's opposition, even the communities themselves. They do not know. There's a lot of social ignorance of what is an energy district, what it is, and they think it's going to destroy their neighborhood and say, no, we don't want to have an energy district. No, no, that's a big plant. It's going to impact it. It's going to make it sick. It's going to make it look ugly. So that is also hard to teach people to change that mindset amongst people that it's part of the city development and it's necessary. We need to have that for the benefit of everyone if we build energy districts. So it is hard. It's all complicated. The idea is to have the chance to, I mean, to have the capability to make decisions and move on in that direction. Thank you, John. I'm going to change the question now. And we've touched very important points, such as challenges for urban planning and to integrate thermal districts. And it's all these comprehensive information, the challenge that John has just described, the accelerated growth and unforeseen growth of mid-sized cities. I think in the case of Chile, you can confirm that it fits a similar case. The institutional will to do sustainable planning long term implies a cultural change, a mindset change, like John said, to change the mindset of final users. Then your energy sustainability agency in Chile, because if it's an agency at the national level, maybe you are an institution that, because you are a little bit over or across cities, allows cities to be more constant to comply with these challenges and planning. If that's the case, have you achieved that? How do you see that? I agree, yes, with the challenges that have been described, and it happens to us too. I would add one more thing, that is how users perceive energy interventions and how the private sector present the interventions, the energy interventions according to the territories. We have had both good and bad experiences of projects. Sometimes they are devised far away from citizens, and as a result, they understand that that infrastructure will be useful and will benefit their initiatives. But it's also complex when, from the design stage, they don't incorporate it, they don't welcome communities. So it becomes a challenge for people, but also for the businesses to think these projects better, to think about the communities where they will intervene. Now, to answer the questions, we do have some initiatives that motivate neighborhoods, communities, so that they become more committed in the midterm and long term. And it's hard. Sometimes there's no political will. Sometimes politicians only have short-term policies. They want to have some political benefit in the short term. But our experience has been pretty good in the area of energy. We have uh, brought continuity to the policies thanks to participation. We have a policy that came from the previous administration, and this one assumed it, took it on, and opened participation to different stakeholders, private and public, and private and public sector, and the academia as well. So we've confirmed the strategies that were suggested in the midterm and long term, or let's say to 2050, with clear objectives according to zero carbon and incorporate new energies. Something that we've done as an agency is a program that invites the communities to think about their development based on energy, invites them to come up with a development plan as a community thinking of energy, to look at the strategic spaces that we need to approach from their programs, from the education. And it's been a very interesting experience to us. Now, we have validated programs. We have continued to work on initiatives such as district energy production, distribution of energy. These are objectives that, regardless of the political will at the moment, it calls us as a community to think about economic development in a different way. So it is hard to find people that will say, no, I don't like this, I don't want to move in that direction. It's the other way around. Thanks to these programs, we've seen that there is more cooperation from sectors, and the objectives are approved because they are part of their territory. So we at the secretary office, they are important. We know they're not short term. To think of a energy district project in 5 years, it's very ambitious because we know there have to be different stages: design, implementation, adapt, adapting the rates so that it's an incentive. And so it work with the communities and with the city governments. It's very nice, and we have had support. We have open calls today, actually, where the municipalities have approached us. They're working with us. We have identified key stakeholders to actually incorporate everyone who has a say in this topic and to work on project design together. I think that's been a great experience to be able to implement the strategies. And regardless of who's in charge, we can continue to implement them. Great. Thank you very much, Rosa. Now, to conclude this round of questions and then move on to the questions from the audience, I'd like to ask as the last round, and but no, better have the chance to hear about cities and hear from Chile, the Chilean experience, how they have integrated energy districts into city planning or urban planning, and what is being done to integrate energy districts into city growth planning can serve as an example to other initiatives and other energy efficiency programs, if it's possible to do it in the cities. Go ahead, Miguel. We are developing our territorial organization plan. Here, we didn't have one for a long time. And now we're including or thinking of how energy districts may be part of a solution to face the big growth, the rapid growth, and climate change. But we need economic planning, how energy districts will impact this post-COVID society. What we're doing is to integrate it all and discuss it at work tables of public utility companies as well, for example. So we, as mm, energy district, we are looking at renewable energies, and we're linking all the developments or all these projects private initiatives to replicate them into public projects or public initiatives such as the district administrative center or district administrative hub. It's a way that city wants to bring services together, unite them in a single location, and see how energy will be provided, how that energy district in the future may generate demand and respond to demand in this area and the neighboring areas where this center is going to be built. So it's some of the answers, things the city is thinking of to include it in the planning and how to make them happen, how to make energy districts happen. Thank you very much, Miguel. You touched something very interesting, that is the public sector as an implementer of these initiatives. I think that helps a lot to the challenges we've identified, and it's a cultural change, which is sometimes so hard to implement. So we face a big challenge there. But it's also an opportunity that the national and regional sector may help implement the projects. John, tell us about the integration in the case of Monteria. Can that also drive other initiatives? Yeah, sure. If you don't know Monteria, we are very close to the Caribbean coast, but our city has a nice temperature. It's but it's usually hot, over 40 degrees. We enjoy heat all year long. At least in Cartagena, you have the wind blowing, right? The wind from the sea. But here, we don't have much wind. We measured different things to identify new alternatives to reduce the city emissions and promote biodiversity in Monteria. But then the temperatures were always very high, 40, 45 degrees. So that's an important element, and it impacts energy consumption. The last inventory of GHG, the third place was stationary energy. First, the AFOLU sector, then transport, but close to 22 or 23% of the emissions generated in the city are because of energy consumption. And here, air conditioning is a need for people's survival. So it's a big difficulty in our city. We can do a lot of work to measure and come up with a strategy or ecosystems, but those of us who work at offices, those who live in our homes, we have to use energy through air conditioning, and that's where we are looking for alternatives. If we implement this alternative of the energy districts as an additional alternative to be able to face the impact of energy consumption, will be a great idea. So it's kind of at the right time, like I said before, the moment when we were analyzing, we're organizing our territorial organization plan and to analyze what we could get improving the city. And we articulated pretty well. The idea is that it's two strategic locations. They'll be strategic because they'll be located in places where there is high consumption of energy. It could be two centers, so at least one center, also associated to health, one related to health, and another for institutional buildings, such as the building where I am today. Well, the alternative is to try to use this source of energy associated to thermal districts or energy districts. So we've been working hard on that. Even last week, we looked at a decree approved by the Energy District Committee, and we'll have our first meeting for this project. The idea is to begin to make decisions around it. One of the strategies we've been working on in Monteria that we started 10 years ago is that we are not thinking of projects based on the period of a mayor, but it's a longer project. We'll try to establish infrastructure, build capacities so that the next mayor in office will continue with the same policy. We'll be interested, we'll have to execute, and we'll have the political will to continue with those projects. So that's energy, let's say the energy initiative. We are on the right path. We want to work on this. We want to have renewable energies. We want to continue to grow our city and turn it into a sustainable city. Thank you very much, John. Very interesting experience. Rosa, it's interesting what you have seen in your cities, just like we have seen in our cities in Cartagena and Monteria. We try to integrate Latin America. Very interesting experiences and similar, but still two hot cities, very hot climate cities in comparison to what you live in Chile. So tell us about the Chilean experience and tell us about the integration in Chilean cities, because I think you need more heating applications, right? Yes, that's right. But your experience helps a lot. Thinking that with climate change, our temperatures are also changing. And today, as a matter of fact, the cities are more centralized. You see an important coal demand, cooling demand. One of the aspects that we've considered is to think of projects as district energy to provide both cooling and heating so that there is comfort within the facilities, because we don't want tomorrow not to be full of air conditioning units with different energy efficiency levels. And we know that it'll be a big burden to improve energy efficiency. So our experience today is to change that mindset and just not only think about heating but also cooling. But we have big challenge as a country to approach heating. To start in our country, heating has been based on biomass, especially timber or wood, and it poses big challenges in the market, the quality, and a lot of the cities, as we saw before in the presentation by Nicolas, they are polluted. So our effort is to think of heating in as a solution in energy districts and present alternatives to different agents, always thinking of the final user and think about public institutions, hospitals, who can provide warranties so that the rates are competitive, the fees are competitive. Our challenge today is marked in that sense. We want to present the energy district as a real alternative, something that will be competitive. It could be a concrete um, option, even with the high consumption of wood in our country or timber. And we were able to achieve international funds through GF and put the ecosystem together to accelerate the execution of district energy um, projects. We have implemented very few initiatives. Many of them are being studied, so the challenge is to implement them, to deploy them, to turn them into reality. And thanks to these funds, we were able to implement the National Energy Office. It was a big opportunity to support the city governments so that they see the energy districts as an option. It happened in the conversation that when you suggested it, you showed the international cases, they said, yeah, that would be great, but how? How can we do it? How long? The funds. It's an issue of resources, funds, and so we've made progress in generating important information with technical support to create the heat maps to bring efforts together. Because sometimes policies could be there, it could be very strategic importance to have the communication, but it turns out that the demand is not there, so the project will not be feasible. It's not attractive. So we need to make that combination of factors so that projects are appealing, are attractive for investment, but they need to be profitable to attract private investment. And along that side, to create information tools. What we faced as a difficulty relates to the fields, the land, and also planning challenges. as we said before. There are projects with good figures, motivated stakeholders. They have signed commitments, but there are limitations in land use, and that's a big barrier, huge barrier to progress with the projects. There are other cases where universities have supported the projects because they see it as a chance to develop their academia, to incorporate new technologies. And so we have found in the academia a strategic partner, and they have helped progress in certain directions. So, and they, of course, are interested in having a energy district option for an alternative energy source, and that's another type of work that we're doing to create awareness of the impact if we continue to heat up just as we are doing in the case of our country, and then take or make cooling decisions, not only individual, but look at the impact the whole ecosystem. And we do a lot of work there to create awareness, raise awareness, talk to users, make them understand the private uh, cost, individual cost of fuels is not only that, but there's a social cost that has an impact on the planet, and we should all be together there. As I said before, we have well, no, we have had both good and bad responses, and we are there to show how to deliver information tools, concession tools to make sure it's profitable so that it turns into reality. And we hope that in the short term, we will have some engineering studies so that next year we can start building the projects that we are studying. Okay, we hope that it'll happen. It's been a challenge in Colombia too. We have some projects in operations, which is a big step in our country. We hope that we can see those projects in Chile. We're out of time. I'm just going to ask one question from the audience. I felt it was important. We've talked about the implementation of these type of initiatives in the public sector, like start by home, set the example. But the question is, based on the learning experience, what sectors have been more interesting in these projects, and what do you think are the success factors for it? Miguel, you want to start? I think that this thing we're doing in the committee has been very fruitful from the l- point of view of the local government. How to manage these projects, how to integrate them to our own benefits, and how we are generating social profitability, how we can do better practices, how the information from planning, all the work that is being done from planning can help private parties. I think it's a win-win relation what we have seen, and it can happen. The knowledge, the training, that change of mindset that we've discussed, and also the will that the projects will go beyond the public initiative. We could see the works that are being done in Cartagena, mainly in our city, and the action focus. I think that we can do it, and it could be applicable to any sector actually. We have projects with hotels, with it could be the hotel sector, also in energy production. So I guess that the private sector in general, any sector. Yes, it's a big engine in Colombia. The private sector is a big, big player, especially in Cartagena. The hotel sector, tourism sector is a big engine. John, what sectors in Monteria have become involved? I can tell you what we've done or what we've seen. it's sort of a balance between private and public interests. Once again, political will, the state's will to promote and support projects of this type. But we can't be blind. It benefits the private sector, of course, because it's a service for them. And for as much as we say that there'll be a energy district here in the city planning, and this will be the space for that, the private sector has a very important role to play. And I think in the actions in Monteria, we have to sell this idea, right? This idea needs to be transmitted to the private sector because it's new things to the city. It's absolutely new to a city. In a meeting we had with the possible users, they talked about huge figures in air conditioning consumption. They said that we need to replace them every so and so, all the machines, all the equipment. I'm talking about malls as well, that they had to replace them because if you buy air conditioning units uh, in a mall, for a mall, they need to run 24 hours a day, so they need to replace them soon. So this will be a good alternative for them. It will benefit them in their savings and their uh, business, and the companies as well, companies that are willing to participate and to provide the service to get into this. To get into this, it'll be a pilot, and it might be successful, most likely, but it might not. So the idea is that we all together, the private sector and the public sector, we achieve the objectives, and it's to find alternatives that may be sustainable for the cities, provide alternatives, also give the chance to the private sector to improve their economy, and number three, improve our energy efficiency, all the contribution we can make to the big issues we have because of climate change. And then if we be looking in detail at all the benefits we can get from the energy districts, that will benefit even the everyone, even the fauna, the flora, fauna, everyone. It's a general benefit to the whole population, to the environment. So that is something we are trying to build, the to combine the private and the public sector, and it's not easy. We have to convince the private sector while having the support from the administration, from the public sector. The private sector says, okay, in addition to the fact that I'm going to benefit, what else is going to be given by the city government? When you think about tax incentives, the incentives are always important to help convince this private party that it is a great alternative. So those are the stakeholders. We are in the process of building that dialogue to convince them, to make sure they come to a point where they realize that this is a big benefit. It's a social benefit. Thank you, John. Yes, when we talk about sustainable planning, it's got to be sustainable in all senses: economic, urban, environmental, and there's no doubt that our cities play an economic portion. Now, Rosa, for you to conclude this last question, what sectors have been relevant to implement these experiences in Chile? Given on the models we've seen to use this, for example, to use the streets, I'm sorry, the municipalities is a strategic stakeholder because they have the power to grant licenses to use that space, and they are enablers of projects. And second, they are promoters to develop the city. And we need to think short term, mid term, and long term, how to use energy in the territory. especially, and to give continue to work the technical teams here, the directors, those in charge of environment, all professionals that are there thinking and generating ideas so the authorities make decisions. And there we have an important work niche with them, always through training, through showing alternatives, and so they can incorporate energy district as an alternative to a territories. Another important stakeholder that has driven this topic has universities, because they have campuses where they consume energy, and there might be interesting projects for them. Also, with technological options, they can incorporate the communities around them, our schools around their campuses. So universities have been a strategic partner, and they have helped come up with project alternatives, and also the technical aspect by the well, because there are professionals at universities, they're competent, they're familiar with the topics, and they can contribute from that viewpoint. As another stakeholder for energy consumption is the health network, the health facilities. It's been more complex, but we've been able to convey that based on the role they play, to think of health not only now but in the future, the complexities they face, to incorporate them into this work, to think of a better use of energy, especially as we look at some peaks of pollution. They see the impact on the population, so they're aware of the importance of look approaching the issue of pollution in the city. So there are important parties there, important stakeholders. They are aware and they will drive projects. And so again, in this multidisciplinary work team, we also progress how. So those are some of the stakeholders that have influence in. And today in our country, we have over 14 projects being studied, and we can advance in that sense, in that direction. Let's hope they turn into reality. There'll be an option to our cities, and we can replicate, we can attract investment, because yes, there is interest, and the difficulty is how we can implement it and becomes a reality in the territories. Well, thank you, Rosa. We spent more time than we were allotted to, but we apologize. Thank you for staying here longer in this panel. Very interesting to hear these challenges, the difficulties, and also the alternatives to integrate energy districts as a sustainable planning tool and everything it entails. It's important to bring to the table the work behind these city planning programs. Very interesting that we can discuss it and show it. So I send you warm greetings to the panelists, Rosa, Miguel, and John. Thank you for sharing your ideas from your cities, the agency in Chile, and warm greeting. And we continue with the agenda. Thank you. Goodbye. Thank you, Christina. They spent 10 minutes more, but let's hope they were valuable, useful to you. Thank you to our guests, Rosa from Chile, Miguel from Cartagena, and John from Monteria. And again, thank you, Christina. We're going to take a short break. We're going to take a 5-minute break. It's 9:45. We'll resume at 9:50 to continue to enjoy this Congress and to listen to the next conference on development and implementation of energy districts at the international level. See you in 5 minutes.
Señores, continuamos. Qué pena, yo aquí estaba distraída, feliz, dichosa.
Okay, we're going to resume. We'll continue. It was very quick, 5 minutes. Let's continue with the third talk with for all of you. Welcome back to this part, second part of the Third International Congress on Energy Districts in the framework of this Congress. Let's resume with our agenda and let's take the look at this implementation of these energy districts at the international level by Jimeno Fonseca. He's an international expert in energy districts and the leader of EVP consultant company. We remind at the end of the talk, there'll be a QA session. So you shared them with you in the chat. Mr. Fonseca is an expert in mobilization, analysis, and optimization of urban energy systems. He holds PhD from the Zurich Federal Polytechnical School, where he created the City Energy Analyst software. He has wide experience in the technical assessment, economic, and environmental assessment of district energy systems, heating networks, refrigeration, electricity, gas, and compressed air. Mr. Fonseca was a researcher of the second stage of the Future Resilient Systems program and the Cooling Singapore project at ETH Singapore Center. He's involved in several projects that have been awarded and they seek to establish decentralized generation of energy in developing countries. So let's welcome Mr. Fonseca. He's already with us. He will be presenting the development and implementation of energy districts at the international level. Go ahead. Thank you and good morning. Welcome. Thank you for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, sir, for being part of the Congress. We're ready to listen to you. Should you need anything, let us know. Once again, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for joining this Congress. It's a great pleasure to be here. It's been a long time since I hadn't talked to Colombia. I'd like to talk about a very interesting topic that is strategic planning of projects of this type, energy projects focused on planning refrigeration districts internationally. Part of this comes from the experience from the last decade and some of these projects in different phases, but especially in the strategic planning phase, and also interviewing the stakeholders that supported these projects at the beginning. A little bit about myself before I start. As an introduction, I'm a civil engineer specialized in district energy districts, especially cooling and heating in cities. I co-lead international competence centers and ETH, and I'd like to present to you the experience throughout these years, focusing on the experiences that have caught my attention the most in the last years and more interesting projects to generate coal, especially in Singapore. I had the chance to work there with them and I worked in there for about 5 years. I want to show you two projects. They were very interesting and I think they are at the table of any kind of energy district or refrigeration district that you think of. I've presented them in a way that we can see the conditions, for example, planning, technological considerations about the projects. On the one hand, we'll talk about the Marina Bay Singapore Financial Center. Up to a decade ago, the biggest energy district in the world for refrigeration. It was developed in a commercial area at the economic center of Singapore. The other one, I like to compare that with another one as residential complex, very state-of-the-art project, how to centralize the generation and sale of coal or cooling in the residential sector, something that had always been a big issue. It used to be something that, from the economic viewpoint, could have been hard to present. However, we're going to see how designers and planners of these projects were able to move on. Before we go into detail, I'd like to give you a little bit of the background in Singapore. Just to put it in simple terms, if we drilled here from Singapore in the island, we would land very close to Colombia in the Ecuador or other Caribbean cities. This is why it's a country, it's in the tropic. They share the climate conditions that we have seen cities such as Monteria or Barranquilla, high humidity, high precipitation, um, rain, a lot of solar radiation, high temperatures, and especially and is the heat island. We understand the difference between a rural area, the difference in temperature between urban and rural areas because of the accumulation of solar energy in the walls, the concrete, and so on, but also because of the energy efficiency inefficiencies, something I'll discuss later. Just to understand, the concept is very similar to what we would expect to see in the Colombian coast. I'm talking about the temperature, humidity, and also precipitation. One step ahead, I'd like to talk about some social and economic aspects of Singapore. They're similar to the reality we live in countries such as Colombia. On the one hand, we see two important groups. They're very important for execution and planning of the energy districts. Infrastructure, that takes a lot of capital. On the one hand, we have consumers. In Singapore, it's close to 6 million consumers. They have high payment capacity. We don't have social economic levels in Colombia, but there's a small social difference. But something they share is this the need um, to have their own house, to own their own house, to rely on city systems and financing systems to own a house. It's important for them to own a house, such like it is in Colombia. It's important for the evolution of these projects, but also they have a need, an important need to increase their lifestyle, to improve their lifestyle, and also to avoid heat as much as possible. Actually, the planning leaders in the state, in this Singapore state, have openly said that thanks to the use of air conditioning, it's been one of the reasons why the city has developed so much, and that has to do with many other factors that alter or improve the productivity of inhabitants. On the other hand, we have the labor. It's labor force. It's imported. They are trained and they are highly available. It's something that we can see in the context, something really important because we see how this helps for energy districts to be economically feasible. Now, to talk about the plan, we need to talk about how plan is done. Planning is done. On the one hand, we see what we would call the concept plan. It works in a long-term stage where we define the main roads, the main places of residential settlement, commercial locations, where everything will be is a future view. They plan to 50 years and they check it every 10 years, and they try to make sure that this plan, this concept, be uh, in the state of the art, new trends that are being developed to able to plan the city better with visionary effect. Now, that view cannot be developed with something more detailed. So, what we call the master plan is the second stage in the planning. This is done by the state, and here we develop a short term or mid-term view, 15 years, and every 5 years they check it. They check the plots, the density, number of inhabitants, the economic growth, the development of schools, churches, and so on, especially very detailed at the site level. Now, that's in very general terms, the plan in Singapore, the two stages. Now, I want to talk about the environmental context and the environmental impact, what the government does. On the one hand, we know that Singapore, as other countries, adopted the Paris Agreement with the reduction of carbon emissions or CO2 emissions and reduce the carbon footprint in the next 20 or 10 years. And it's made convenient because of that generation of dependence, as we can see here, dependence on fossil fuels to reduce drastically the use of fossil fuels. But the third factor, which is also very important and connects to that social aspects and economical social aspect, what it means, what heat means to inhabitants is the fact of generating heat and because of inefficiencies in the system. Here's where air conditioning and energy districts play an important role for cooling, a wonderful role. And this aspect of the heat aisle, because of climate change, everything gets hotter and hotter. It's a mechanism for the government to be able to drive and support these projects. Important to keep that in mind. Now, economic aspects. Regarding coal, we need to understand an important topic of the context. On the one hand, selling cooling in any sector, it needs to adapt to the costs or not to implement new technologies. In the case of what we need to do is plan the how much people are willing to pay if they want to consume coal, and a residential user and a commercial user, how much they want to pay, and it depends on the technology they're using. If they're using evaporators or condensers, air, water, condensers, and evaporators, there's different pricing and different efficiency, and those prices are taken into account very importantly because it's mandatory for the refrigeration supplier to be able to comply with the prices exactly in today's legislation. That means that the planner and the supplier have to have incentives to be able to implement new technologies to increase the efficiency of the system so that they may offer a price that matches the parity costs that the state exercises or demands, and they say something that is mandatory. I'll probably give more details later. Now, let's get in detail. The first case study, the Marina Bay Financial Center. It's one of the biggest in the world. The installed capacity about 100,000 tons of refrigeration. If we put it in the context, for example, in Alpujarra and Medellin, it's about 50 times bigger of installed capacity. However, clients are very few, which has made it easy for this energy district to start operating very quickly. It's about 11 buildings. We're talking about the skyscrapers with demand that is offices, hotels, office facilities, and commercial sector. Mostly the commercial sector. There's a service supplier, which is the authority. They supply energy locally, and they are it's an PPP, public-private partnership. 51% belongs to the state and 49% belongs to a private party. It's a style to form companies to generate these projects and to operate them. That's how the Singapore state does it. And they give a little space of the private sector an opportunity to be an investor and to operate. At the same time, they keep control since they uh, keep half plus 1% of the ownership. It's very important because the state may, in the long term, change the view. Especially, they can control what happens with these districts. Also, the regulator, yeah, it's very pretty much like it is in Colombia. We have the regulator of the energy supply. Then we have the energy market authority and the urban redevelopment authority. It's a district that is based on two plants, and they distribute about 6 kilometers. It's pretty small, but the size of the towers and the demand is about 2 million cubic meters. That's one of the biggest in the world, and it's very interesting to see how it came to be. How did it start? The financial center in Singapore has a very important history. It's been one of the most important ports, one of them they've had in Southeast Asia or South Asia. In the 70s, they decided this concept plan to be able to establish some areas of reserves or reservation or future growth, which could connect to the different development centers in the city. Then, in some 20 years later, they began to claim land to be able to create these areas. Singapore is very small, the population growth is big, and there wasn't any choice than claim land or build new land. And here, since 1970, it started up to 2004. It's about 30 something years that it was in a reserve. Notice the future planning, the future view, how the state sees it, where to keep some reserve, strategic reserve areas where they can develop projects in the future. Then in 2003, very close, if you see, it started in 2004, exactly 1 year enter, 1 year before, they established that the zone would be mixed development area, land or mixed development with there would be a big density, especially commercial use in this financial center. And that was based on an econometric land use. With this model, the Singapore state, through labor growth statistics, population statistics, economic growth, they could see where, in what areas in the city, there would be more density to build and to develop the land. You can see the density for this sector is pretty much high. And based on those models, that's when you obtain or achieve the project. A little bit more in detail, let's talk about the different roles of the planning authorities, the developers, and also the service supplier. In this special case, for a new financial center, the planning authority established the density requirements and also established the technical development requirements. And we're talking about the project, everything had to be in the future that included infrastructure for utilities and so on. The plant secretary took a very important role, is the broker. They sell the land and they sell it to the developer, the master developer. It's a public auction where they invite big companies, operators to buy the land and use the land, the right to use the land. This is contracts. They can last up to 1 century. It's a lease, and they develop it in a term in 10 or 15 years as prescribed by the concept analyst. The master developer, once he is awarded it, he continues. The planning agent still gives them some room so that they can develop the project in different stages. So Marina Bay, we're talking about they're just going to be the second development stage. They expect to have a district 1.5 bigger than what was built in the year 2000. That's what we see now. So that's all under control by the authorities. And something else is that since the planning authority not only plays their role of a broker of the land, but it also becomes a promotion body, they begin to use their political sources and political influence locally and internationally to attract investors from the private sector. They invite them to invest here. And that relates to the concept to create a financial center of with high characteristics, big size. Something that happened then is because of the density that was expected there, the technical committee of the planning unit suggested uh, energy district as an interesting option or cooling district to save and to comply with the energy saving criteria imposed in the city. The authority or the planning authority said the whole area should be subject to energy district or better cooling district and establish an area where all everything those who own or operate land they must connect to this cooling district. That was a very important requirement from the master plan stage. And they also said that through this PPP, private public partnership, this requirement of per credit cost would be applied. Very important point. Every time the plant will have to operate and built in a way so that the price per kilowatt would be the same or less than the price that it costs today. We're talking about 2004, 2005 to provide cooling to offices of the same quality. That was pretty much the same the assumption or the parameter. And another important point to establish was that the master developer given this refrigeration plant, they would get big benefits, which is to release space, to liberate space, high quality space, and big profit in the midterm and long term. They could release the roofs, many of the buildings, which could be used for new leases, restaurants, or trade, commerce. We even have a swimming pool on one of those buildings. It's big and famous. And we said that in order to be able to release that space, liberate it, in return for that, the master developer had to co-finance the cooling district plan, and it should be placed near one of the land lots they had purchased and they had developed. That was part of the plan. So it was a complement, a cost parity, and so on funds for investment. It guaranteed all of that. Let's talk a little bit about the technological aspects. It's actually two plants, 330 megawatts. Each one has 150 or 130 refrigeration megawatts, about 50,000 tons of refrigerator each, 80 megawatts area of storage. They can operate all day long, 1.5 days. Whenever there's a failure, there's a maintenance a downtime. We're talking about several mm, tens of meters. These are refrigeration tanks. Also in technological details in space, something that makes the project very interesting is that on the one hand, the space becomes a very important point for the planning unit, for technical support, for the developer. It's kind of like the point where everyone talks the same language. They'll say how we can save space. And if we save space, we save quality space. I mean, the roofs, the terraces, the balconies that may be used for different purposes, high roofs that may be sold at a big price, high price of per square meter. So they were saved about 10,000 square meters as premium space. We're saying something that costs mm, hundreds of dollars per square meter. And here, part of this cost per unit could be financed. We could be financed a plant that is a building about 10-story building, 100 meters wide, about 30 meters long. I mean, no, 100 meters long, 30 meters wide. That could be developed. Some technological innovations was the idea to establish a service tunnel to facilitate maintenance. The advantages was that there was access to the infrastructure. So in the future, the planner thought that, okay, they didn't have to drill, they didn't have to uh, stop traffic in this financial center where time is money, time is gold, and then offer high transport quality in the city. So everything was underground and it was combined with the other infrastructure such as gas, sewage, water, utilities in general. And that's what was taught in 2010. And resilience in the infrastructure, that was another concept, which demands that the infrastructure states establishes the basis for future growth. And the technical team said, okay, we're going to manage traffic, we're going to make it easier, and we're going to leave room and for whenever we have to expand or grow the system or replace it. Something else important, as you see, we have an idea of costs. Right now, we established timely that the system could be controlled by the market prices. It would be controlled by the market prices. That was interaction with the regulators. The system may get prices as the hourly rate, day or night, and then be able to operate and store coal according to the city temperatures. Well, for example, when the temperature goes down, they offer lower rates and so on to have the right economic yield, but in the end have as much profit as possible. That was taken into account as one of the technological aspects. Another important point in this context had to do with new strategies to minimize the effects of noise. A plant could generate about 50,000 tons, so noise could be unbearable. Some strategies need to be applied to reduce that and the vibration, the leather effect, or fire control and so on, noise control. It's an important point to take into account, especially in high humidity context where it happens, where there's condensation as well. So we established many principles. That was again 2004, from 2004 to 2010, over a decade ago. Other technological considerations, not much detail, but they have to do with the system configuration, different refrigeration units, some instruments or strategies to increase the effectiveness of the heat exchanger, which brings as a result the fact that the efficiency of the plant itself and to produce coal saves 40% more in comparison to a status quo or the baseline at the moment, only in coal generation. Then it's important to understand that the plant, taking into account that the system, the way it operates, maintenance, uh, everything about the backup systems and energy consumption, plus pumping of millions of cubic meters per week. We need to take into account the whole energy of the system should not be too big in comparison to a decentralized system. We had to take that into account when we're considering the system. There's a big opportunity, and it has to do with the economic yield expected out of it. If we looked at Marina Bay, more or less, we're talking about one high density case where the density per square kilometer of coal is very high, and the parity case is the water condensers. in comparison to the scenario if the energy district hadn't built or the cooling district had not been built. So it seems significant at the moment, but now the operator has access to solve that cooling in the location in the area. We can see the next case, uh, case study. It's another one because we can see the other extreme. What happens if we don't have high cooling density? We're talking about the residential context, how that works in economic terms. Does the operator need to earn first, or do they need to receive grants or some kind of incentives from the government? Let's see. Let's talk about the residential complex in Singapore. It's about half of Marina Bay. It's about 3.2 million square meters. Is the density in the urban area? Yes, the residential areas is higher. That's the expectation. We talk about 42,000 apartments of social housing divided into 5 districts to be developed in the 10, 15 years, 15 years. It's the same strategy, the service supplier, cooperation between the public sector and the private sector. But of course, the public sector has greater control for long-term development, and the regulator changes a little bit, but it's pretty much the same principles. On the one hand, we have the regulator for the energy supply in the district, and then the other one, we have the regulator who practically has a say and a vote to see how the whole complex is developed. In Singapore, that's an interesting concept. The planning unit is divided into another planning subdivision with the same power, and the Housing Development Authority is only in charge of developing housing, only housing. Singapore, 80% of the families have two inhabitants that they have their own house, what we call social interest housing. But as you can see here, it's nothing. There's no difference from private development, and that's something that has happened by the Housing Development Authority. They take control over any project of residential use. It's not the planning unit. So things change a little bit. Now, these are not huge plants for refrigeration as in the other case. These are smaller plants in the roofs, on the roofs of each building, and they may be connected to the ground to facilitate that demand is covered. It's a very flexible system. We chose this system based on the fact that in an association with the supplier of the technology, we create this and we needed to establish the capacity. So this makes it possible that depending on the development is executed in the future, how much density there is, and it can be separated into 2 or 3 or 4 buildings. There are different sizes in these containers established in the strategic plan stage. Today, the project began to be built. It's been built. We have about 5,000 apartments that shows the system. I'll discuss that in detail later, and I think it's one of the case studies that is to admire in 5 or 10 years to see how much this relates to planning and how much was actually possible. But we'll see there are a lot of positive elements. Before we go into the details of them, let's talk about urban planning. This is a different case. This is an area that was green, and actually it was established as a special use several years in the concept plan. It was believed to be a lung for the city where they could keep the tropical forest, which is present in many places in Singapore. And more recently, in 2019, That's why it was very quick. 2019, it was changed. The master plan was changed, and they began. Actually, 2020, they began to sell it at the end of 2019 and beginning of 2021. They began to build the first houses. So it was established that this area was should be social housing. The same analysis was conducted with another model. I don't have access to that model. It's pretty new, but it's got the same variables. Speaking of future labor growth, economic growth, it's been adapted and adopted throughout the years. In 2019, they say, okay, we need more housing. We have this strategic area. We're going to build a new lung of biodiversity and so on, a sustainability icon for the city. And that's how they established the project, this residential project. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about the difference in the planning roles and the stakeholders there. We saw the planning authority, which was present in the Marina Bay project. They adopt the density requirements based on the master plan. Say, okay, we need this. This is the density, but the technical team did not take a look at the detail, the design details. They're not in charge of that because there weren't in many case studies to say that energy districts or cooling districts would be feasible, technically speaking, or economically speaking, for the residential context. So, because of that, and also because something we see happening today, the landowners or the users of those houses have their own air conditioning system and they use it as if it's just another appliance. They don't have a centralized system. It's not offices. It's not big capacity, big efficiency. They just don't think they need to connect to a cooling district plan. So the authority did not intervene. There weren't many technical requirements. However, the board of social housing, they took the whole development of the land. They work as those who provide the land. They subcontract, and then they see who operates if needed, or the operators of the residential complex operated. Something interesting here is that the state, through this agency, becomes a promoter of the sales of the houses. So if you go to Ministry of Housing, you go to their offices, you can see the showrooms. They're promoting it with the best um, marketing campaigns. You can see just as any other developer would be doing it. It's impressive. It's interesting that when this PPP was formed with the supplier and the operator, also the machinery operator, the machinery supplier, it was established that I could create a showroom within the Ministry of Housing, Social Housing. I think it was one of the key elements to success in the project, to succeed in the project. I want to show you a short video of the project. I hope you can see yourself. It didn't really work, but it's something I wanted to show you. He's one of the sales people. They do it as part of the showroom. If you're interested in buying a house, they send you there and they show you how to buy air conditioning equipment. You can see the advantages in energy efficiency, prices, sustainability. You can go there with your family, the whole family. If you'd like to see a video, you can do it later. But you can see that there is an operation system. They show how it work. It would be protected, how it will work in the future, how to connect the different plans, advantages, economic benefits, also emission reduction, and also to reduce the heat effect, the aisle heat effect. It was a very impressive marketing campaign. If you see this guy presenting when I was there were another three that would do it exactly the same. You'll be impressed. I'm sorry it didn't play, but you will be impressed the marketing effect, how it's a strategic break-even point to sell the project of this cooling service at rates that are about 20-25 cheaper than the market, then thanks to different strategies and technological advantages. But the important point is that it has a high conversion factor. Each nine family, 90% of people who go there without any obligation, of course, they don't have any prior requirement. It's not demanded by the state. They choose to have the system. It's part of the success of the story. How is it sold? First of all, the visual idea, the quality of life. They get rid of condensation units from the buildings hanging there outside the windows, which does not give this quality of building that we like to see. The architects and they don't like to have there. So it is centralized, that is all removed, and there is one centralized system that helps for centralized control. Uh, CO2 emissions can be lowered, they decrease dramatically. We optimize the system. Within the optimization, it's interesting that today, in the digitalization area and the Internet of Things era, IoT, we can integrate everything, the network, the wireless network, they can operate directly from their smart devices. So this optimizes everything, and it brings space for the operator to further optimize not just the comfort of the location, but also the difference between starting and operating equipment at different times in the day, have a better electricity rate, and also get a better service at a cheaper rate because of the energy efficiency savings. So there is a significant margin in comparison to the baseline. Technological aspects, well, there were new technologies. We're talking about the variable levitators, the compressors to generate cooling, the different oils. It's very well received by some inhabitants because of the consequences on the environment, and especially to reduce the impact. It's very light, there's less vibration, it's silent, there's less friction, higher efficiency. These are the advantages. These variable flow compressors can be configured in such a way that when demand is low and or the peak demand efficiency will not vary so much. So we have achieved a very interesting efficiencies. Things that were difficult in the past, especially the refrigeration conditions, were hard, but that's what the operator estimates, and we're talking about some 2 months of the operation of first units, and we're going to see that about 30%, they estimate to have at least 30% savings. Something really interesting. Part of the savings go to the user, and of course, the other part goes to the investor for their earnings. We can say that if Marina Bay is at the most extreme side because of a density of cooling that is demanded per square meter, we're talking about much lower density. It's not too low, it's mid density because we still have a big number of people there, big population. We're talking about buildings of about 20 floors, 20 floors, 25-story buildings. We're talking about the fact that the could be a little bit more profitable to produce cooling than in the commercial case, something that we would not have expected some 10 years ago when in Singapore, let's say 2016 to 2019, the perspective was not focused on the urban solutions, but then they started thinking about the residential options, what could be done, and they had to change their marketing campaign, and the private sector had to intervene, and so on. I like to come to the conclusions and questions if there are later. First, to conclude, let's talk about urban planning. What we saw in the studies, the public sector plays an active role in these projects. They become the broker of the land, they sell it at the international level politically. They also act as a broker or as a realtor. They had accumulated about $10 billion after they sold it. But in the case of the residential side, it's as an instrument, it's more instrumental. They are observing, they're watching, they're helping, co-creating the business model with the private sector to offer a service and then be able to convince users of the benefits, but they're not selling directly. They don't impose a law, they don't pass a law or enact an act to say that everyone who lives there, they have to use the centralized energy district because it's an uh, urban area, it's a residential area. Then the private sector plays a role. In the case of Marina Bay, they responded to the demand of a commercial use project, totally commercial. These energy districts have already been tried and proven in other countries, depending on the cooling demand, but it's more centralized. There are incentives for the project, but on the other hand, in the case of residential project, the role is to attract the demand. It has to be much more attractive. The state has to promote it, especially through PPP, to be able to uh, implement the technology, have their own showroom, present it, and convince each one of the 42,000 users that the project foresees will have. And over a year, after a year, about 5,000 have bought it. 90% of those who buy a house want to use the energy district provision of cooling. It's been successful. Now, on the other hand, let's talk about the technological aspects and the efficiency. There's been good planning, good cooperation amongst sectors, but we must also recognize that because of the parity costs that must be exercised, the operators always try to have more earnings in energy efficiency, new technologies, so that at the end life, in the commercial case, we're talking about it's a huge investment, or at the end of a short term, in the residential case, they can have an interesting income. And we see that in case of residences or houses, it could be pretty big. There are other aspects such as the environmental benefits. We have the use of refrigerants and so on, especially in the residential sector, where it's very hard to control it if there is a big plant. But here we thought of some strategies to promote it. You can see it in the video. If you can see it, is how to do maintenance and avoid that there is any kind of leak of refrigerant in the facilities. Something key, how to control vibrations and noise. And also we talk about how to save electricity, and by doing that you reduce GHG emissions, and we avoid that the heat from the condensers and all the devices is transferred to the walls, the floors, ceilings, even the streets where some condensers are placed, and create this situation of discomfort, which is so hard to control in a city. Finally, I like to talk about the economic aspects. We talked about the commercial aspect, the parity costs of the regulated service. It's the way how the supplier may have some earnings as well and offer higher performance or high efficiency. An interesting point in the commercial is that if they save that premium space that the planner knows and the planning unit knows, they are aware, if they save that premium space to reduce infrastructure, it can be used to be able to invest in the plant, to finance the plant. I mean, the refrigeration plant. So they create the rooms, the spaces, the tunnels, and the places where to locate the plant. It's like a trade off between the public and private sector. In the residential sector, again, it's always at stake. The cost of parity cost of the regulated service is a very interesting concept. The fact that in this case, there's a showroom presenting the buildings and then another one presenting the equipment, the refrigeration equipment, that when they are together, they are shown together. There's a strategy that it's all financeable. It cannot be financed by bank credits at the same rate, at the same uh, interest rate. And so in this moment, if they want to invest in air conditioning equipment, the prices are practically insignificant in comparison to the pricing of the whole house. And that's a key factor to be able to convince users that have 90%, 90% of people have decided to buy it and have constant savings. And this leads to a high acceptance of the system. That's all I had for today. I hope it was helpful. It gave you an idea of energy districts in Singapore, how they did the planning, how they comply with the efficiency, technological standards, environmental standards, and also the financial profit that is expected to be received, what they expect to receive, especially in tropical countries or countries with humidity, such as Colombia and Singapore. Thank you. Thank you. Very interesting. We have talked about planning. It was very specific in talking about the roles of the public and the private sector. Very interesting. Also, the successful stories, things to learn, a lot of things to learn from that and to sell it, that this idea needs to be sold properly and present the benefits in all senses, economical, social, environmental benefits. We're going to invite Christina now, our engineer from Colin District. She'll be asking the questions. Go ahead, Christina. Yes, very good morning, Jimeno. Hello. Great to have you with us. Very interesting cases. Thank you. We have received several questions from the audience. I'm going to read them literally. The first one, in the cases you showed, there are public regulators for electrical energy and urban development. I'd like to know if there are additional regulators in some cases regarding the quality and reliability of the service provided by energy districts. Okay, thank you for the question about regulation. The public regulator establishes a decree, is the District Cooling Act, They establish the hourly rate. They also establish technical aspects such as minimal temperature deltas that the consumer and the producer must be aware of, the maintenance, the capacity, and so on, always at the public level. But they do it with a regulating body. It's different from the local energy supplier. They establish that association, that PPP. So they say that they work at the operational level, and the other one is regulation, operation and regulation. It's different institutions. But then regulate the rate, the fee, or the technical conditions? Both. Both. Okay. The rates, the fees, and also the technical conditions. Everything that's got to do with energy, but it's one single authority. Okay, thank you very much. The second question is, how do you think that we can articulate energy district projects? How can they be integrated into social housing in Latin America? And what good practices could be applied to the Colombian context? Good question. I believe that I saw something that was amazing. It was the system, the marketing system. It was completely connected. I mean, they offered very good service. They said this costs 100. It's nice. Your own house, financed by loan, mortgage loan, and here's the technology that you will need anyhow, because it's hot, right? You will need it. It's going to be more efficient if you buy it now. It'll cost a very little percentage, and you can include it in the mortgage loan. It's part of it. So that system immediately, I think that's something that we can learn. We're talking about influence of the state and the PPP, very strong influence, direct influence. And I thought that was very interesting how it could be adapted to turn the project into reality. At the technological level, I believe that yes, if this technology works and it works so well, I talked to the developer before the pandemic and the technology supplier, and the idea was to create this system and be able to export it to other countries in the world. Singapore is paying attention to what happens in Southeast Asia region, but I think these systems could be seen as an option to be implemented in the tropical countries, for example, in the Colombian coast. It'd be very interesting to establish a relation there. That's what I think, the technological aspect and also the sale. Those are interesting points for social interest housing. Yes, that model has to do with the commercial model, how you show it to a final user. Yes, exactly. Yes, thank you. Another question is, what are the main primary energetics that you took into account? How integrated are renewable or residual energies considered, and what are the reasons why there's been or there hasn't been any complementing initiative with traditional and innovative or renewable energies? Well, in Marina Bay, we don't consider renewable sources of energy such as solar panels. We don't see anything like that. No wind, very low wind, very little wind. It's just oil refinery probably for many years, but they have thought about use some of the water reservoirs, and with PV photovoltaic units, make sure that all units as of 2035 social housing, they are designed with solar panels on the roof to cover the demand. And but it's very little, it's very high density, a very little roof area, big density, so the potential is low. But still, here in the case of Marina Bay, did not consider any other options because the roofs is ten thousands of dollars per square meter. But in the residential case, they could have installed, or they could install solar panels to comply a little bit with the requirements to mitigate climate change, what the state has to do, and also be able to offer now in the parity cost. It's not discussed in the case of photovoltaic solutions. Not much is discussed uh, to increase the option of renewable energies, but it's very little. And if, economically speaking, it's not very feasible. The business model is not so clear. Okay, thank you very much, Jimeno. This has become a relevant point to us because, yes, I'm sorry to add here that yes, to share, and the idea in Colombia is that the eh, projects that we can identify, we include renewable energies, residual energies as well. And that's a big challenge. You have said it, when there's already a main challenge that is to change the use of the uh, climatization and service. So there's a dual challenge. Here's another question. Thank you for the presentation. Very interesting. And if you could tell us briefly about the rate or fee structure and how it is differentiated in the case of commercial use and residential use. Okay, but the service supplier, I could only talk about 10 years ago of Marina Bay. I know it's a rate for commercial use. Each building has several refrigeration megawatts, depending on the capacity, what needs to be provided, the installed capacity of the heat exchanger, that they have to pay part of that. Then the peak generation, what they need up per month, and then the rate has to do with the consumption, cubic meters of water, so on. I don't have the prices at hand. I would need to check, but it's the structure. They have to pay for different reasons. And then we have the penalties if they don't do it at the for each quarter, each 6 months they measure. If the temperature was not set, the minimum required temperature, or the return as required in the system, there's also a penalty for both cases, for the service supplier or for the consumer. That's for the commercial side. For the residential case, it's pretty new, so I don't have that information with me. But they offer a much lower rate for refrigeration and energy consumption, less than what they would typically use with the other system. And that has to be kept throughout time, the same low rate. I don't know how much it is. I don't have that information. I'm sorry. That's okay. Well, thank you very much, Jimeno, for your presentation today. It's been a great pleasure to have you with us and that you shared that experience with us. I would like to have some additional conversation because it's very interesting everything you have said about the rates. They are mixed with the primary energy use of non-renewable sources, and that should impact the rate. So why would it be regulated? And if that doesn't include, or if it includes that regulating a rate, a fee that should be flexible, does not affect the materialization of the project. But okay, it's still an open question for the interest of the audience, because we see that not everything has been said, not everything has been resolved, and each case is, specific, and it's interesting to have these discussions and learn from the other experiences. Once again, thank you very much for your expertise. It's been a great pleasure to have you with us. Have a great day. The pleasure is all mine. Thank you. Goodbye. Thank you, Jimeno and Cristina, for participating in our third International Congress on Energy Districts. The next part of the agenda is to talk about the development experiences to implement energy districts in our country with the hand of national experts. We'll hear about the benefits of energy districts and as well as the challenges. Remember, there'll be time for questions at the end. You can write them in the chat box. Now we have the following guests. Maria Claudia Pais, she's a coordinator of business management, convex efficiency. Ms. Pais is an industrial engineer, leader in businesses and strategic planning and administration of information systems. She's been a chair of the Cartagena Chamber of Commerce, sector planning of the city, and leader in sustainability in ICOM. We will have a second guest. It's Luz Elena Sarmiento, also from Convex Efficiency. Mrs. Sarmiento is a geologist from the Industrial University of Santander with a master's degree in environmental assessment and management, specialist in environmental management and disaster prevention, also specialist in conflict resolution. She's worked as Minister of the Environment and Sustainable Development, Director of the National Licensing Authorities, ANLA in Colombia. She's an expert in management, institutional relations, strategic alliances, work with communities, environmental management, and sustainable development. We also have Alexander Villabona. He's a leader in energy districts and cogeneration at Celsia. Mr. Villabona is a mechanical engineer from Industrial University of Santander, specialist in energetic resource management at Autónoma Bucaramanga University, certified professional in planning and programming of PMM enterprise maintenance. Over 13-year experience in operation of thermal centrals to generate electricity, and is currently a leader of energy districts of cogeneration at Celsia. Participated in the preparation of the competence, labor competence development associated to energy sectors in Colombia, and has experience in servicing the energy district located in Monteria and also the energy district in Serena del Mar in Cartagena. And then we'll have Hernan Pineda. I'm sorry. I think it's Hernan Pineda, professional in the gas planning unit at Medellin Public Utility Company, a special guest. He has a degree in civil engineering with 25-year experience in fuel gas in topics related to identification, structure, and assessment of expansion projects and new uses of natural gas. Also planning and defining growth strategies in demand and business markets of natural gas in the planning process of infrastructure, evaluation of new technologies and businesses. He has also led and participated in energy efficiency studies in several projects, including the Alpujarra Energy District. We'll also have Gustavo Adolfo Cruz, General Manager of Omega Engineers SAS. Mr. Cruz is an industrial engineer from Javeriana University with a master's degree in business administration from Andes University and a specialization in commercial engineering and air conditioning. Holds over 20 years experience in the heating sector, also ventilation and air conditioning. The moderator will be engineer Ricardo Vaquero, whom we welcome. He's the national manager of the Energy District Project in Colombia. He's a mechanical engineer from Los Andes University and holds a master's in engineering from Massachusetts University in the United States. He's a delegate of Colombia before the ISO TC 301 committee for the development of the ISO 50,000 standard development. Mr. Vaquero was a technical national creator of the program UPMI and UNIDO for the development of energy efficiency in the Colombian industry during the 2015-2018 period. He was also part of the energy audit team, where the program as the center of the industrial department of the U.S. for 3 years. In Colombia, he has cooperated as a consultant in energy efficiency programs at the Chamber of Commerce of Bogota and other sustainable construction projects awarded with the LEED certificate. So I leave you with Ricardo Vaquero. He'll be leading this panel. Welcome. Thank you. I want to welcome the guests. Each one has prepared a brief presentation of their projects. I want to explain to the audience what is the common factor of these projects that we have with us today. We want to hear how they have done it. Each one of them has answered to our call, and either directly or indirectly they received support in the different stages of the project of energy districts. We all know about Alpujarra. It's an icon of the first stage of the project. This is why we have the person from Medellin, the other company, Celsi Omega Engineers and Convex Efficiency. They have just answered our call in 2020 to explore and look for opportunities where we can implement energy district solutions in the residential sector or the commercial sector and the industry in the country. So we have very complete representation of the sectors where this concept may be applied. That's why they are our guests. Let's start with the presentation from Convex Efficiency, Luz Elena and Maria Claudia for their presentation. Can you see the presentation? Can you see it? We don't see the presentation. And Luz is here. Welcome. Let's ask the panelists to connect so we can see them all on the screen. There, we can see the screen. Go on and welcome and thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. I'd like Luz to start. Can we do that? Yes. Go ahead, Luz. Good morning, and thank you for inviting us. I want to thank Ricardo for moderating. We have an energy district. It included the Intercontinental Hotel and now commercial mall or shopping mall. We are going to describe how the process took place, especially with buildings that had been built a long time ago and they were not suitable, but they had the potential to be part of this energy district or cooling district. Who are we? It's a strategic alliance or partnership. There are professionals. We have worked in the environmental sector. We have worked from the beginning. I was the Minister of Environment in 2013. I began to talk about cooling district and energy efficiency. Then Maria Claudia, she's worked ever since she was in the Chamber of Commerce of Cartagena to promote these projects. And we are associated with EON. EON is a strong arm, and they have a lot of expertise on cooling districts and also energy efficiency. Our main objective is to have a cooling district to sell cooling first in Intercontinental Hotel in Cartagena and now shopping mall. They're basically on the same block. But right now, we have a casino that is close by and two more hotels that we will discuss later. All this to have energy savings, optimize operation, maintenance of the equipment. Everything is part of the cooling system. The other important point is to reduce the emissions of the cooling system, which we want to replace or improve, optimize the operation of the cooling systems, and ensure the uninterrupted supply to the hotel and the future hotels. So that's a key point, especially for the hotel sector, where any failure for them is a critical failure, and they have a high percentage of failures or downtimes in the current system. It's normal with their current systems, but we can guarantee with our cooling district, we provide higher reliability. Now, given the call from UNIDO and the ministry and the Swiss Cooperation Program, we became a point of reference project for the national government, for business sector, and for the hotel sector, not only in Colombia, but in all Latin America. With this hotel, Intercontinental Hotel, we have visualized to continue with this project in other areas of Latin America. And our goal is to try to agree to expand the cooling district to a big area of this place in Cartagena, the whole neighborhood. How did the project come to be? Is one of the interesting new things that we can share, and we'd like to promote it. How we conceptualize the project and how we came to realize it. This project has many angles. I've called it an equation where we have the public sector, they have to issue the permits, grant the permits, they must facilitate the infrastructure so that we can, or any type of project can take place. We, as managers or doers, the doer, what they do is try to put the equation together and balance the equation, as engineers say, in such a way that the result is reliable and successful. We are a private company. We have the technical and financial structuring of the project. We have the users, the hotels, now Almirante and Intercontinental hotels, three hotels. There's another one that is across the street. You think that crossing the street is easy, but that means having infrastructure that crosses the street. it's another degree of complexity, but there's a hotel there. But we intend to expand to the whole area in the neighborhood called Big Mouth or Boca Grande. And we also have a casino that is interested in our service, and two more hotels that might join us shortly, join the same system. We've seen investments plus the main investor, the operator, is the company that will, it's a capital fund. Two of them are very interested, and the operator is a private company. We can be convex or in a partnership with service supplier, service utility company, a utility company. Previous one. I forgot to say an important point. We have EON, it's a private company, he is our technical partner. They are in charge of the design and setting up, installation. They're doing that. Another key point in the process was that we could say apply for cooperation from the Swiss government, UNIDO, and the city government and the national government. So this closes the equation or completes the equation. UNIDO and the Swiss cooperation together with the ministry, they help us first in providing guidance based on the experience they have had. People at the ministry and UNIDO and also Swiss cooperation, they've brought experts to provide support to us, not only technical support, but in general terms, managing the project, constant follow up. Also, the city government of Cartagena has helped. They financed the project, so to speak, or they're financing all the stage where we are, which is the design stage and conceptualization. Not only technical concepts, but financial concept. So the big innovating part is the managing to have all the components of the equation. First, the parties that should be in there, and then all of them working in such a way that the project will work out with the schedule where everyone interacts, everyone has interacted so far well, and then the project is at a finalized, let's say, closing stage for the technical structure of the project. So, Maria Claudia, you might want to go on. We have in blue, the dark blue, that's a square, is the Intercontinental Hotel and now shopping mall. The green block is another hotel, Almirante Hotel, and around here is the casino. And the other one that we're designing is one luxury hotel in orange or red. This is important because, as Lucilena put it, this is a project with some interesting development criteria. Right now, pretty small, but we think there is big potential. Once it operates and works well, it's very likely that others will want to join and maybe replicate the process in the city. What have we found? First, in hotel terms, when we talk about general terms, the hotel occupancy in Cartagena, all businesses, in addition to hospitals and malls, after the payroll, the highest cost for them is energy bill because of the provision of coal or cooling. The other element and the other reason why it's interesting for business people is the fact that when we talk about in important and priority topics, the first thing that arises is the stability of the system, of the air conditioning system. If an air conditioning system does not work, Cartagena leaves the hotel empty in hours, in a matter of hours. So to keep the air conditioning service throughout the operation, in addition to being costly, it's very expensive because they have to have inventory, they have to have spare units, they have to have spare parts. Continues being a technical challenge, and that's what we can offer to the hotels and to project the project users. We must also point out that based on the work that has been done, there's an thermal demand table per hour. When we compare that average of technical hours, I'm sorry, the thermal hours of demand with, you compare it to the installed capacity of these spaces. I mean, the Intercontinental Hotel, the installed capacity they have with their chillers, their electrical pans, and so on. You find that the average of demand is below what is actually required at 50%, and they have over installation. It goes over much more than what they actually need. I mean, we could use those spaces to of those machines to offer the service to other spaces. So we have divided the project into stages. It's 7. We have talked to the potential users. It's nothing easy because it's infrastructure that's already built and it's operating and it's efficient for people. But when you show the figures, the numbers, they realize that it's actually not very efficient. They can have savings, huge savings, especially in energy. The potential users, we've already done that. We are conducting the economic or financial feasibility. We're hoping to have in 2 or 3 months the technical part, the financial day, financial structuring, and define the business model and the allies formally, the partners to build the cooling generation plan, operation, and commercialization. And I must point out that the Caribbean has some companies that are interested in operating it, and they would be very willing to make sure that they would be part of this process. The structure of the conceptual design as an alternative, this is the current plan. We would keep that in operation. We hope to install a third chiller according to the gas price in the area. We hope to implement a cogeneration system. Plus, there'll be connections among the coolers with 2 pipes, have connections to the current towers in the mall. I installed 2 water pumps, cold water pumps. This is all thought with the conditions they have today. We're not thinking about building something completely new, but based on what we have, what there is to do it, and we've been able to adapt what the mall has today, and the hotel has the Intercontinental Hotel. They were the first partners we can adapt to the general project structure. That's it. This is a great opportunity for us to present our project because we want this to be a pilot project. And what we're doing with energy districts will become a pilot project in our country so that we can use it better. Here we focus on the energy district, but we've also found that there are many opportunities to implement other processes to optimize energy And with little investment, we can bring improvements in the use of energy. Actually, at the Intercontinental Hotel, another company is leading a process to automatize each one of these projects. Has seen agreements, first of all, to reduce energy use, and second, with the savings, and everything has been signed in contracts. With the savings, we can finance the necessary adjustments to be able to reach the right figures and develop the project. Yes, thank you. As a follow-up, we'd like to ask the main challenges or opportunities to improve the potential of your project. I think the first thing is to build trust in final users so that they believe in something that was a dream before, to make sure that the Intercontinental Hotel and the now shopping mall would believe in this value promise, which is to reduce energy consumption at least 25% in their expenses, the current expense in energy costs, in cooling. And second, that the other parties become part of the equation. So trust without having another example project, it turns it into an opportunity because we have started. I think we're going to succeed. I think the parties have come together, and I think it's ongoing. The other challenge we foresee in the future is the permits and to be able to intervene at a given point in time, but we trust that it'll be okay. I think the main challenge is the trust on these projects. And it helps removing the lack of trust, until you don't see, you don't believe, especially with these kind of businesses or users who depend completely on it. Whenever it fails, they are, placing all the potential here is the support from the Ministry of Environment, UNIDO, and the Swiss cooperation, and the presence in the committee of the big committee of the Cartagena district city government. They have participated actively. That's what's the difficulty, but we have come with a solution. But the institutional support is very important. I agree with her, but I want to say that it's a project with already built infrastructure. We need to adapt all the engineering. We have had to be creative to adapt and accommodate, fit, and make a big investment to make this energy district work, or the cooling district work. Okay, thank you. Let's move on with Alexander Villabuena from Celsia. They have participated in different projects. They have a project in Monteria. They have a cooling district there, and Serena del Mar project in Cartagena. So, Alexander, welcome. Go ahead. Where we did this project, Celsia intended to expand its participation, and we want to improve energy efficiency. We have two cooling districts operating at the moment: Monteria in our mall, and we have Serena del Mar in Cartagena, two of them. Serena del Mar is a urban development, pretty new, and Celsia implemented it. What is similar? I'm sorry. Are you sharing your screen? Hmm. No, we don't see it. We don't see the screen. Let's wait. Celsius cooling districts have similarities in Monteria and Cartagena. They work with natural gas. We have similar generation, PMS system for control, and we have the Nova monitoring. It's from Celsia. It's located in Jumbo, a small town near the Pacific, and we provide energy, uh, three generation scheme. We have hot water, cold water, and electric energy. Hot water to the hospital with underground pipes or piping, institutional client service, and residential clients in Serna del Mar with the support of UNIDO and the Ministry of Environment and the Swiss cooperation. We've been able to achieve these residential clients and commercial clients in Monteria, in the mall. Nuestra Monteria is the name of the mall. It's an extramural district, and Serna del Mar is also extramural. It's outside the client's facilities and also in mall, but in the mall it's inside the client's facilities. We use solar photovoltaic system, and it's about 25,000 square meters. Here's the scheme for cogeneration in Monteria: gas supply, macro turbine, the external network, the solar panels. This electrical energy produced by the macro turbine is used for the electrical chiller energy, and the core generation of gas is used in this absorption chiller to produce frozen water or freezing water. Here, the distribution system is the pumps, a secondary distribution system with cold water. This cold water would reach the managing units and recovery units for management. That's operated by us. And the other cold water supplies goes to the customer, and then the client internally they do the climate management. We get there and we provide cold water. We have just the facilities as any cooling system. The chillers are high technology. They do not need oil to work. They are electromagnetic. Just like the microturbine, it's a high technology. It's 5 modules. They can operate independently. That microturbine does not use oil either or grease. It's lubricated with air. So it's latest state of the art technology. We can see the mall in Monteria, the area where we work, and here's the microturbine and the different slabs that we call them, technical slabs. We have the climate management units and the pumps for the secondary system. It's an intramural system. We are within the client's facilities and produce the cold water there. Here we can see the cold water distribution network along the mall. This is how we use it. Each client gets their energy bar where we measure flow, temperature, and then we use it for billing, for invoicing. That's the general scheme for this cold water distribution network in Monteria. The name of the mall is Nuestra Monteria. Now, the second case, Selena del Mar, we have the external network, the macro turbine. It is outside the client's facility or premises. These three sources of energy. The primer one is natural gas. We feed just like in Monteria, very similar, an absorption chiller. It had gases go there, the electrical energy for the chillers, magnetic chillers, the hot gases that go into the absorption do the process, they come at about 130 degrees centigrades, more or less. They don't go to the atmosphere, but we use them. It's a heat recovery unit to produce hot water. In this recovery unit, we have a boiler, backup boiler. It's critical for the hospital to have hot water for the comfort of the medical staff, patients who are hospitalized. So this availability has to be high availability after the process. The the gases go into the atmosphere into 70 degrees. That's for the hot water network or underground network, about 800 meters, and we go to the hospital. The production of cold water, we produce cold water in magnetic chiller, absorption chillers. We have a primary circuit and a secondary circuit to the external networks that go to the hospital and to residential use. So water supply to the hospital is 14 each piping, and for residential use and corporate segments, and a corporate center, Serena del Mar, near Andes University, and it's being served by Celsia. This 20-inch network. Plus that network, we have an alternate network to the hospital. We must guarantee supply in case of any event in the 14-inch network. We have an alternate network for cold water to the hospital. So that's that. And we have some chillers refrigerated by air. They can also support in case of any higher demand or in case of downtime in the network. We can still provide water supply. We can provide cold water for the hospital and for the corporate center. Here we can see the control room. These are just some pictures of the Serena del Mar cooling district. We see the secondary circuit, primary circuit, and here we can see all the infrastructure of Serena del Mar, how it will grow. And it goes to the corporate center and then to the residential clients. In the future, it will go to another mall, hotels, and the other residential buildings. That's the growth we foresee for the Serena del Mar cooling district. We see the university hospital, and in back there you can see the cooling district and the residential clients. The underground networks that get to the hospital, the alternate network, and then the residential clients. Especially when we use this network, we have some points so that it won't impact service if the size grows. We just plan and coordinate all these connections. The hot water pipeline or network is underground. We get to the hospital. Benefits. We reduce the kilowatt over TR. We have seen it in the two cases, 0.65 to 0.75 kilowatts over TR, whereas traditional is 1.1, 1.2. The use of hot gases that come from the combustion to produce thermal energy, reduction of CO2 emissions. And the new thing is that we are in one single space, then it's easier to operate and maintain the plant, service the plant. And then the builders or clients can use the spaces for their business core and not for air conditioning. They remove all that noise from the condensing units. And something very important is the use of refrigerants, the reduction of refrigerants with very big GWP. So that helps to protect the environment. Thank you. I want to ask, in addition to the technical details in the generation system and the distribution systems, what kind of solution have you implemented to measure and bill to invoice the service, the thermal energy service? Measurement is done through energy valves. It goes to a DMS system, it's automatic, and it produces the monthly invoice, the monthly bill. We bill the mall, and the mall is in charge of billing each individual shop. We don't invoice or bill individually each shop, only the whole mall. But we give them the details how much each client has billed. Same thing with Selena El Mal, the hospital consumption and the corporate center and the residential complex. We give it to the co-ownership or the business administrator for them to invoice their clients. Okay, thank you. A question for Claudia and Alexander. You're both doing projects in Cartagena. Is there any specific condition that favors these solutions of cooling districts, both in Cartagena, in the same city? Why is that? The climate conditions of the city. If you don't have air conditioning, you cannot be. You can just can't be. That's one thing. The next thing is Cartagena has worked on climate change. It's one of the few cities that has come up with a plan. They still have a lot to work on, but I think that since a couple of years ago, we began to discuss this in Cartagena. So there's diagnosis. There are some committees, renewable energy committee and the climate change committee that institutionally has supported the process. Must recognize as well what Serena del Mar did in innovation in the urban says, not only for Cartagena but for the whole country. I mean, the concept of urbanism in Serena del Mar, I think it's an example for Latin America. And the other cooling district in San Francisco, also with a very innovative idea of an investments group led by the Santo Domingo group. They make a difference. I think that the rebuilding and the development, I mean, architectural, engineering, design, their own project. It's also a hotel complex. Of course, they have had the financial muscle, but also the social, political, and technical commitment to work. Thank you, Alexander. Now, Alexander, about your group, what do you think about the conditions in Cartagena? I agree. There have been some barriers, but it is an innovative project. But people want to integrate and use these centralized systems. Something that has favored implementation in the two cases is cost reduction. Clients have seen there is a reduction in energy consumption, and that's the factor that favors the project. Reduction in maintenance costs and so on. And we have some contractual agreements with the client, and we guarantee the reliability of the provision of the service at 98% or higher. Okay, great. Thank you very much, both of you. Let's talk to the other two guests. I want to welcome Germán Pineda from the utility company in Medellin. He's been with us with the beginning of the project, and he's gonna tell us about the project Alpujarra Cooling District. Go ahead. Good morning, everyone. Are you gonna share my presentation, or I should share it? Let me know. We don't see it yet. No, we don't see it yet. Nothing yet. Maybe one of the organizers can help. Anybody? Let's try to sort out the technical issue. While we do that, a couple more questions. We understand you're in the design stage. What is the estimated capacity of the cooling district of the Intercontinental Hotel? 1,700 tons. Okay, thank you. And for Alexander, what challenges have there been in connecting projects of residential use to the Serena del Mar cooling district if you compare it to the connection with commercial clients? In comparison to commercial clients, the challenge is service availability. That's a big challenge because a commercial client, we have a load, uh, charge load. They request energy 6 in the morning until 22 hours. But the residential client, we don't know when at any given point in time can use that as a hotel. And we need to guarantee the reliability. So planning the whole team behind this planning to serve residential clients. They are more demanding the reliability to have critical spare parts, guarantee the service, basically. Of course, the hospital as well. Those are the main challenges. Yes, I think we saw it. Let's wait. I sent the presentation to the organizers. I hope they can share it for me because it seems I cannot share it. Please let me know. Or I can just start telling you about La Alpujarra Cooling District. It was the first project of cooling districts in Colombia, sponsored by the Swiss government. EPM, the company, and the Ministry of Environment. And among the three, we set up an international cooperation project with two components. First, to structure a pilot project to operate it, it was La Alpujarra Cooling District, and the second block to promote cooling districts in Colombia. Based on that project, that's when we started in 2013 and we concluded in 2019, and we achieved the objectives. Then there was the second phase where we are at since 2019, June 2019, when we began to be the implementing partner with you. There were two stages. The first one, it was implementing partner as EPM, and the second phase, the implementation was directly by the sector. I still don't see a presentation. I always try to share, but you don't see it. Tell me if you see it, when you see it. No, we don't see it. We're trying to upload it, upload the one you shared. Yeah, it's the same one. Okay. Alpujarra Cooling District involved different public and private stakeholders. Alpujarra Cooling District had a big advantage, and from the beginning was supported by the government levels, the government instances in the city. It was supported by the mayor's office and also the governor's office of the department. There it is. Go back. I can show you the cooling district. It's this area you see here in the picture. This is the governor's office, and these are the building of EPM, the company. The neighbor is the metropolitan area of El Valle Aburrá, is the environmental authority. So we need to comply strictly with all the legislation and regulation. We have that neighbor that monitored every day. The Alpujarra Cooling District was conceived for a 5-kilometer radius of action for the thermal impact. The area of influence was 2 kilometers. We went over the Medellin River. We built infrastructure below the river for whenever we can grow to the other side of the city. Here you can see the sector it covers. Let's move on. DTLA, La Alpujarra Cooling District, did not come out spontaneously, but since 2004, so it's about 17 years ago, we had already had a pilot with an installed capacity in that smart building. And from that building, let's say that's how we got a piping of 500 meters and we began to feed the convention center. This is called Plaza Mayor Convention Center, and the fair, the public fair building. Many of you have visited those buildings. And then we connected the museum. It's a building located across the street from our building, the EPM building. And so we plan to break some myths whether water was 5 degrees and was going to be heat up or not. The use of pipes. We used some iron pipelines, and we've used them plastic as well. So that all helped to break some myths, to overcome some myths, how to measure, even though the measurement in this first pilot project is a little bit different from what we have now. But based on this experience, and in 2012, that's when we began to drive this more, to support it more with a bigger size. And that's when we started to put the project together. with this agreement on cooling districts. And then the Ministry of Environment came up together with the Swiss government, and we were able to put the project together. I think we have shared the experience in other congresses, and we completed it satisfactorily. Alpujarra has these features. I think in Chile they said that a central unit may alter the neighborhoods or the area. It was the other way around in our case. That's why the features and the costs were special. As you can see, it's a nice, pretty structure. It looks even more beautiful at night because it's within a sector that is subject to a change. It's workshops and auto parts, and it's being renewed. That's what the town wants to do. So the cooling district would be the first example of a change. So it was the first cooling district in Latin America, and I think they use natural refrigerants such as ammonia. So it has very specific safety conditions in the building. The doors, the walls, they have to have some features, and also the noise for noise control. So this is the outside of the building, the facade. If you are standing anywhere, you can hear anywhere. It's just the traffic from outside. It's 3,600 tons. The capacity, they're operating since 2016. They're officially operating. They did it before in tests, and we currently have connected 9 clients. It's a distribution of 3 kilometers. It has a generating system of one microturbine whose gases and fume gases are used in the chiller. It's 500 absorption chiller, and we have a ammonia chiller as well. The clients we have, for you have an idea, we have the mayor's office, the council office, the governor's office building, the assembly, the tax authority office, the Urban Development Institute building. These are public institutions, and we have another department store. They're all connected to our cooling district, in Alpujarra cooling district. We are about 3 kilometers from the cooling district towards the north, and we have also connected officially. We have the connection of the smart building of EPM, the utility company, and the mall called Plaza Mayor. So those in the project are connected to the cooling district. As you can see, the importance of all these buildings. In 5 years, we haven't had any issue, fortunately. So when we said at the beginning that usually they were very reliable, and I think so far it has been reliable. Actually, the location where the cooling district is located is Centro Parrilla. It's the name. They have connection to several substations. So it's rare that we have an energy lack of supply. Let's move on.
Hello. Yeah, let's go to the next one. Let's go to the next one. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so here, the aspects to highlight, well, we have technical and operation innovation, natural refrigerants, cogeneration. I mean, the district, it had this demonstration, learning, replication. Most people here know the guided visits that we have conducted to students, the academia, other companies. People from abroad have had the opportunity to get to know. We have savings of 30% in GHG, and we have a phase out of 100% of ozone depleting substances. They had chillers with refrigerants that had this index of high emission, some because they were old because of their technology. So we replaced them with um, these natural refrigerants. So we have savings, 25 and 30% savings in energy consumption. As we said, normally 85% energy is used in air conditioning and elevators. So 45 to 50% as the source of equipment characteristics and the efficiencies that there could be in the buildings. So you can see the magnitude of what happens in the district. And then they could have savings between 15 and 20% in these cooling districts with the conventional solution. In these 15-20%, there are some aspects that are not well assessed, but they are part of the benefits. Let's talk about the governor's office, because where the chillers are, they installed an office, well, the maintenance office, where the towers were, and there is a restaurant. And before the pandemic, people used to go to that sector to have lunch. So it was this place where there was noise and oil, and it turned into something very different, because chillers are replaced by a transfer station. So we have the transfer station. It belongs to EPM, and we have the exchange. So energy, and they don't mix. And we have here this transfer station that works as the commercial barrier and the hydraulic barrier for these types of mix. Yeah. Well, this is sort of the characteristics of the district. There's so much. There's so much more to say about all the experiences that we have. Building external networks sometimes are difficult in cities, because when we conducted the networks towards Éxito, we have to do it with technology, because we cannot open roads or break the roads. So they are full of, I mean, yeah, the existing tubing or pipelines are full. You have telecommunications, you have gas, you have sewage. So one more service, it is difficult, but we have overcome all those difficulties. Thank you. Thank you so much, Herman, for the presentation. We're not tired of listening and seeing the progress and how the project has developed in Alpujarra. This is admiration, and we feel so proud by all those colleagues that are part of this project. I'd like to ask you about the future operation plans in Alpujarra. Well, when we built Alpujarra, I told you about the number of tones, but the space that we had left there, we can add to 3,600 additional tones. There's a parking lot right there in that same point, but with uh, what we did with the intelligent building in the cooling district, so we also have a lot of space that we could turn into another central. So let's say that that is the initial capacity. We would have the capacity to, well, 3,000, yeah, we would be talking about like about 6,000, 7,000 additional tones that we could have. And we're starting to look at the possibility of the thermal district, because the 3,600 tones, because the district is 100% top, right? It's used, and we don't have capacity for any client, but we do have requests from several clients there in Alpujarra and some others near, we're about like near downtown. Medellin, and we might have new clients. So the idea is to start having this broadened. Let me tell you, and those of us who are here, we know that a cooling district is about 2 3 years to develop. So this client says, "Oh, I want." Well, less than 1 year, you cannot switch them to a cooling district because of all the implications. But we're within that process. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Herman. Question for Celsia and EPM, and then I'm going to pass on the floor to Gustavo. For Celsia and EPM, have you considered in the existing systems or the future expansions include the use of renewable energies in your equipment? Should I answer first? Yeah, go, Herman. Of course, from the very beginning, the first option that you should consider, it would be the use of alternative sources or residual ones from other processes. Cost of energy or gas is very high cost to turn it and then sell it to replace, because a cooling district replaces energy in clients, right? That's in the end. So you must have those sources, economic sources. But the problem with alternative energies is that precisely demands for these cooling districts are in places where these alternative ones are not available. For example, you don't have air or solar panels because of radiation. You would need such big areas. Normally we don't have in these areas. And just thinking about other sources like circular economy, like burners and others, are difficult because normally these sources are close to consumption centers, but that would be ideal. So in our case, we have cogeneration system. It's a little more efficient, and probably the expansion, what we're doing, this is not going to let us go so much for alternative energies. Alexander, what can you tell us about Celsius view and alternative energies in cooling districts? Our vision is to go for alternative energies. This is the challenge, the goal we have, not only to replace them, but to complement them with alternative energies. So in Monteria Cooling District, we have the photovoltaic system at the top of right on the roof of the shopping mall. We have all those panels installed, and we improve the efficiency for the cooling district. Developments are being analyzed with the experience Celsia has on solar plants, the incorporation of photovoltaic projects, and thermal energy. We need to have an integrated design um, for both systems so that we can have the best efficiency in the total system, so that we can maximize the use of renewable energies, but also making this use efficient. Thank you so much. Our last presentation, our last panelist is Gustavo Adolfo Cruz. He's the general manager from Omega Engineers. So one of the companies selected in the 2020 call to start working with cooling districts, in their case, within this application in the industry sector. Gustavo, you are welcome. Please share your presentation and we are ready. Okay, I'm going to share. Please let me know if you see my screen. I can hear you clear. I can hear you clearly. It comes and goes. Ready? Can you hear me better? Yeah, well, how about there? So probably you can stop the video and see if now we can see the presentation. In case you have to stop the video so that we can have a better video. So better, right? Yes, so much better. Great. Go ahead, Gustavo. Okay, good morning, everyone. I would like to thank you for this invitation to this panel. We have developed a cooling district cooling districts in this system in an industrial sector. It is different from what we've seen before. So we have the proposal to implement a cooling district between Aldor and Plasticel, these two companies. And we are going to study new clients or candidates to feed from the capacity to produce cold in the case of Aldor. Aldor is a food industry in Cali City, going to Jumbo, and we are in the process. So we'll see what we've done so far. There. So basically, what we have presented is this project that was offered to Aldor and Plasticel's managers. They are both companies that, in spite of being independent in all their guidelines, strategic guidelines, and budget, and so on, they belong to a family group, so there is closeness between two companies. So they have different characteristics. Like I mentioned, Aldor produces food, uh, especially sweets and candy, and Plasticel are plastic solutions, plastic packaging. And these two companies are separate by just one hall. We're going to see pictures in a minute, but they are close to one another and there are needs that complement one another. So Aldor has this capacity to produce cold, big capacity. Plasticel has a demand of 300, 400 tons, but at the same time, they have equipment that are advanced in they are old. Therefore, the renewal projects, they would like to use them to the business core. So new machines for injection, plastic injection, in not to produce um, and not to produce cold. So we'll see how we could go and send cold from Aldor to Plasticel. So we're going to find other clients in the perimeter so that we can have the cooling district. So in this sense, what we want for these industrial clients was to call their attention, capture their attention on this innovative idea, just like the other presenters have shared. In many cases, we have to start breaking paradigms and we have to sell all the ideas and all the advantages that we can have on a cooling district. So it is not only about energy efficiency and about environmental solutions for CO2 emissions and carbon footprint, but in this case, considering this industrial application, there is something that is related to reliability, something that is really high, really important, and there is relevance when we can interconnect chillers that are distributed in different points in the plant in at Aldor, and we can prioritize chillers operation according to their efficiency. Thus, we will be backed up in different points. There are some production areas that only have the possibility of receiving cold from one chiller, but there are others that have doubled the capacity because of the backups that they require for in case there is equipment failure. So we showed this idea, we captured the stakeholders' attention. So we offered energy savings, preventive maintenance, we had reliability, and some topics related to the environment and to the possibility of finding other potential clients who could add up and contribute to the cooling district system. What are we doing now? We started this project 1 month ago, well, 1.5, 2 months ago. So what we've done so far is we have assessed energy for systems operation. So we have, like I said, chillers in Aldor's plant. They would be the plant producing cold, and they will produce and consume. So we have some chillers that are over 15 years old, and others more recent ones from 4 or 5 months ago. This is the newest technology chiller for about 300 tons for refrigeration. So what we did is that we went in and we had this energy assessment phase. So we are measuring the operations, the conditions, not to check only, I mean, just the real consumption of plants, but kilowatts per ton. So what about efficiency in cold production? So we have gathered plans, we have gathered information on the existing equipment with a retrocommissioning methodology. Therefore, we have been able to update all the information to see what we have so that we can start. I mean, we have started in the second activity, which is the design, the proposal for this cooling district, um, for this cooling district. So later we're going to assess potential clients besides Aldor and Plasticel. We're going to look at the feasibility from the financial viewpoint, how the rates would work and what efficiency levels we could reach with the equipment. And then all that would be framed in reports, deliverables for clients so that later, in case they are appealing and they are feasible, the possibility not only inside Aldor to get that reliability and interconnect those systems. So there is no doubt it being a great advantage. So see, I mean, the exporting system for cold production and the implementation to rates to potential clients. So we're talking about this collection area. So we're here between Cali and Jumbo, the two cities. So on the lower part, we have Celsius building. Those of you who are here from Celsia, yeah. And from Cali to Jumbo, Jumbo is on the top part, and we have Aldor and we have Plasticel in this area. So we would have to go and see other industrial clients. This has even presented has even present has been presented to Celsia. See what we can do in the future once we have collected field work. See what we could do to probably even connect a cold production district in Aldor with Celsia so that we can feed different areas. So we are collecting the information right here in Aldor and Plasticel, but we have several industrial areas. We have Lloreda Grasas, that's one. The industrial park in Carvajal, we have Johnson and Johnson. So we have several areas that could be very appealing for the project. The project has some challenges. For example, Aldor's plant, the one right here, we have the first system there, 200 tone system. another one in the 200, another 201, and then several systems. So total of 400 tons. We have systems in the south. So our challenge for connectivity with Plasticell is this building that we have right here and this other building right here on the slide is to cross a hallway. That hallway belongs to a third party. It's private property. So there are challenges that you find in the project. So identifying other possible solutions to use energy as, for example, vapor, exceeding vapor, or the creek for condensation processes, solar panels. So there are different elements that we are checking to see the feasibility to integrate them to a coal production system, a cleaner one. So these are the plans, and we are basing here in Aldor as the great producer, coal producers. We're talking about 1,300 tons refrigeration, and this would be like about 500 right here, 500 tons. And we have Plasticel with about 400 tons consumption, right? And this would have, well, considering that outdoors consumption currently is 600 tons, so we could have 300 or 500 tons available for surrounding clients. This would be achieved as systems are connected. Since we have high redundancy, we could have an available capacity for these options. Well, like I said before, in the project we have had to have retro commissioning. So we have connected, well, in water management systems, we have verified temperature deltas so that we can have the kilowatts per tons per equipment, piece of equipment. This is key so that we won't have erroneous projections, uh, getting the right re- rate on, yeah, the ROI, return on investment. And one of the challenges in these projects is to adjust to the scope of the project, because a very important challenge is to check the real load, consumption real load in different buildings. They have production schedules, and there could be very different. So all of this information is important so that we have investment projections when we interconnect equipment, when we have equipment relocation, probably the storage tank to feed different plants. Well, all these investments are retributed in time, and return rates projected are complied with. So we have to gather all systems. Like in any plant, in many cases, we find that information is necessary to be checked, to be analyzed. So all of this has taken us for us to locate the equipment in an updated manner so that we have diameters, piping, distances, so that we can have um, all the costs, for example, for water, propulsion, and all financial exercises that need to come into play for the cooling district feasibility. Like I said, in Aldor, we have the north and the south areas, and we have cold production. We have a very small system that it goes into low temperature, but that system wouldn't be integrated to the cooling district. So the idea is to interconnect all these systems and prioritize equipment working depending on the most efficient chillers. All of this would be done with the control system, and we would feed a storage tank. So that's probably one of the proposals so that we can provide coal to Plasticell and to other clients we can identify. So let's talk about the projection. The projection is to finish in 2 months. That is the projection. So we are still consolidating the information so far. So basically, this is my presentation. I had talked about potential clients, and thank you so much for listening to the presentation. Thank you, Gustavo. We're kind of behind, and we're going into lunch time here in Colombia schedule. So a real quick question, probably Herman. Herman, you can tell us. Herman, how do you see the use of cooling districts in social housing projects? The, well, this topic here in Medellin in Antioquia, we don't use air conditioning in residential areas, and I believe that the Cartagena and the coast in Neiva and the plains they do. But I see it very feasible, and Celsia in Serena del Mar is implementing it. So we could take this to those strata. Yeah, I could take it to any type of housing because measurement could be as the way they do it in Monteria. The problem is integrating that to a public bill. So those of clients that we have are integrated to our billing module. So, and they get the bill just like they get the water bill or others. So from the technological viewpoint, I don't think we have any problems. We just need to have to look into billing integration. So, Alexander, with the experience that you have in Serena del Mar, if you could tell us, yeah. Yeah, Serena del Mar. Celsia has integrated services, technology, telecommunications, and we're starting with the residential ones so that we have thermal energy that is going to get in the same bill. So informatic technological systems they have. And the main thing here is to, from the very beginning, we need, from start of works, we need to have those project members so that this experience can become real to sell, build, and offer comfort to our clients and to be able to comply with this objective. Celsius' objective is not to have clients, but to have fans. We'd like to have fans, yes. So, in that sense, Alexander, how can the operator influence? How can they use final users to manage inefficiencies there in cold or hot? Well, inefficiencies, we have had it in Monteria. We have had experiences also in Serena. People tell us that they're not working. I mean, they're not working well. So we looked at their utilities facilities, and they get recommendations. Sometimes it's about cleaning the equipment. For example, they do it internally. So it's the client's responsibility. But ju- ju- so we provide cold water, and we don't say, oh, where as far as this go. No, they need to feel comfort. They need to be um, they need to agree with the service. They need to feel comfortable with the service that we provide. So Celsia even has very good business that is called energy efficiency, and we are offering to companies so that we can reduce uh, electricity costs. Well, unfortunately, there isn't much time. I'd like to thank the panelists for their experiences. We had the same group in an event, in an Akaire event. It's not that there aren't any others, but it's just very interesting to be able to do follow up and to share with our audience the progress for each one of these projects. And fortunately, they are in the hands of companies that are willing to share their experiences with the rest of the community. The the society in Colombia and the region. So we have repeated uh, the panel members. So we really want to thank you for being here with us this morning. All the questions that were not answered, we're going to try to answer them in writing next week. And for now, this would be the National Experience Panel. One last announcement is that Ms. Páez mentioned the San Francisco Cooling District in Cartagena. For those of you who are interested in this detail of systems and the way this project works, this has been advancing successfully in Cartagena. We're going to have it in a presentation tomorrow. So you're all welcome to be pending and to find that presentation. So for now, because of time constraints, sake of time, thank you all. And we invite you to have a rest of a day, very productive one. We're still not closing. So I stop saying goodbye and I thank you all for your attention. Thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you, everyone, especially to Ricardo Vaquero. This was excellent, so we needed to repeat it. So we went over a little bit of time. We're going to handle it. Thank you to all panelists for sharing these experiences on the implementation on cooling districts in Colombia. We are going to continue with this conference. It's a short conference, so we're going to have two conferences. In our Q&A sessions, we're going to have it at the end of these two conferences so that we keep it in mind. So cooling districts, as you well know, they are infrastructures that produce thermal energy in a centralized way so that it can be done in underground piping to generate uh, air conditioning, hot water, and others. We're here two experiences. Like I told you, we are going to have questions at the end for both conferences. So if you need to address questions to speaker number 1 or speaking number 2 with their name so that we know who the question is for. So let's pass on the floor, first of all, to Santiago Marin. He'll tell us about the experience of governor's office in Antioquia, and he connected to Alpujarra. He's a mechanical engineer from Antioquia University and a specialization of Pontificia Bolivariana and masters in energy efficiency and renewable energies. He has experience in the commercial sector, supervision, and public contracting. And he's in charge of metal mechanical projects that are related with new processes for the main building at the governor's office and some of the external branches. So, Santiago Marin, with your experience, Colombian experiences, he will speak a little bit about these challenges and these benefits. Thank you. Welcome, Santiago. You have the floor. We can hear you. Oh, you can hear me now. Yes, we can hear you perfectly well. So these are, well, you're here, you're welcome. Can you see my presentation already? Can you see me? Can you see my presentation? Can you hear me? You're totally right. Yes, I was saying, yes, we can see your presentation and the sound works pretty well. Go ahead. Thank you. We are all set now. I'm going to be telling you a little bit about the experience our department had, the experience that we had when we joined Alpujarra Cooling District. We were the first institution to connect to this district. So we had a very active participation in the whole project. So I'm going to show you some challenges and to see what the connection was like and what we had at the beginning in the governor's office building and why it was interesting for us to be able to go into the project. Well, in the CAD is the Department Administrative Center. The CAD has the administrative building, and there has this second building that is the Department Assembly from Antioquia. Both buildings make up one, but they are oriented in a different way. So they make the shape of an L, architecturally speaking. That's the only difference. Initially, we had an independent system for the administrative building and another system for the assembly building. So I'm going to be showing you some pictures of what our system was like to know why it was important for us to go and join the cooling district, go into the project. So we need to know a little bit what about what we had and why it was feasible to go into this project. So I'm going to be showing you some pictures. Initially, we had two chillers. We have two chillers of 450 tons each. They were located in the governor's office basement in the electric substation. We have this other part where we have all the refrigeration. We had the cooling towers. We had the condensation water. We had 16 horsepower. So for cold water, we had these two pumps. These are the chillers that we had initially, all the substation, what you see here in the picture. This was only for the administrative building. For the assembly, we had this chiller cooled by air located on the fifth floor. This is the last floor in that part of the building. So the assembly building is what I'm talking about. This used to be a space. This was only located, and let's say that it was only used for this refrigeration system. We didn't have access to public, and it was wasted because the space was wasted because it was not well used. So they were all installed when there was over 30 years of operations. So the system was very inefficient. We used to work with R11 refrigerant and CFCs prohibited by Montreal Protocol. And the refrigerant turned into a problem because there was so much inefficiency, there were leaks. So R11 is not commercial, so we were out of refrigerant, and the little things we found was found through our own contractors, maintenance contractors with external clients. They looked for and found the refrigerant, and we bought what we could. So we had some that was stored. We kept it as a treasure, see if it could work in an emergency. We had inefficient pieces of equipment. We had to clean condensers constantly, non-condensable gases a lot. We had to do blow downs. So we had this 30,000 capacity, but the efficiency, we didn't even get to 500 tons for refrigeration. So we had to have the equipment working 7 days, 24/7. So that was the only way of having energy efficiency. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the comfort temperature. It was not adequate. So it was not only the problem with the centrifugal chillers, but the one in the assembly as well. Same time service, compressors had been changed, electrical problems. It was very complex to manage all these pieces of equipment. So that's why it was easy for us to take the cooling district option from Alpujarra. And these pictures, we have the cooling towers and we have the cool water pumping and condensation. When one speaks about differences that there may be between the cooling district, especially in terms of equipment, and our own system, well, in terms of technology, if you have the resources to have good investment and have good design, you don't see differences, but you see differences in responsibility that we have with the equipment and associated costs, maintenance, operation, and service continuity. Because in this case, we paid for service for to empresas públicas de Medellín, they need to guarantee service continuity. So we don't have that responsibility of backup equipment. They have to guarantee service provision. So that's where you start seeing so many differences. For example, labor. Qualified labor for the equipment that we used to have was difficult to find. So you also see a lot of differences, especially in terms of operations and availability. This image is for the chiller in the assembly on the fifth floor. It was such a big area for a small piece of equipment, but because of being so careful, we wouldn't allow people going into that terrace. Let's look at associated costs to air conditioning system that one can identify. Maintenance costs. So let's say that cooling towers require water treatment with biocides, maintenance of the centrifugate equipment, maintaining the refrigerated system per air, oil, filter changes, leak tests, calibration, and so on. We also had to change the panel in the cooling towers. We had associated costs, not to maintenance, but for example, insurance and premiums for all these types of equipment. You also have to consider that. So it depends a lot on the coverage, premium coverage, but these are costs that are immersed in each one of these equipments, pieces of equipment, energy costs. We talk about energy, water, pumping systems, maintenance, and so on. So let's look at the advantages that we can see now that we are connected to the cooling district. In our case, we don't have to think about equipment renewal. The life is for about 15 years. And in some cases, we, for example, especially in official institutions, we take equipment to limits. So we had over 30 years of operations with these pieces of equipment, and the time comes. Even if you have the best maintenance, they are not going to be able to put up with they're not going to be able to do their jobs. So they're going to be out of service when you need them most. Something similar happened to us while we were connecting with the cooling districts. One of the two chillers was out of service right there. And since the other one was so inefficient in cold water production, we had to hire third party. We had to had a provisional installation. So that was part of the help that APM helped us, because we were part of the cooling district project. They helped us. APM helped us. um, Water consumption savings, another advantage. In spite of the fact that systems are closed because of the cooling towers, a lot of water is lost because there is a splash evaporation washing. So there is important savings in water consumption. Noise reduction. This noise reduction is very important. We used to have in the room where we had the chillers in the basement, we would only go in for maintenance or revision, but we couldn't be there. We couldn't remain there because it was high levels of noise. And the same thing as at the terrace on the fifth floor. So, in spite of the fact that we wouldn't let people go into those areas, this was still not an area where people wanted to go because the noise was not, it did not make it nice. We also had utility savings. When we calculated, we had this projection of 11% savings with all the associated costs. So we had the projection of savings of 11%, but in reality, the savings some months are over 30%, 35% in some cases. So we were able to see this with real data when we started having information about consumption. So we don't have to, for example, work 7 days a week. We can work 5 days a week. We turn it off on the weekends. That saving or the savings are going to be more important when we can execute the project when inside the building. We still have to change some things. We have to um, change some pieces of equipment, and this will give us efficiency by the cooling district with the tones and the water temperature. Space liberation, that was so important for us. So now I'm going to show you some pictures. And Herman mentioned it. And we we used the spacement in the basement. We created there an office. We changed the space in the terrace, and there were tables, relaxation areas, um, areas to have food to eat. We had uh, we had this now we have these nice areas to work there or to relax. Electrical capacity was released as well, since all of these pieces of equipment, the part of equipment, this was supported with two transformers, 750 each. So since they were out, one of the transformers, one of the substation was the backup for the other. So we freed all that space.
And we were gonna have a support or backup mm, device, but if this type of advantage is very important because they can have all that energy available into production. But for us, it was just to release space and have electrical support equipment. Now, challenges we had to overcome or we need to sort out when implementing the cooling district. Modernizing the building has not been completed at 100%. So we have guaranteed the flows, temperature given by the cooling district, but within inside we still need to change. We replaced some pumping systems, but the air managing units we still have to replace that part. We do not have full efficiency of what we wanted, at least what the design provided for, as we had at first with the cooling district. We are only going to see that when we replace the whole internal system. So right now, when we did the connection to the cooling district, we had hot spots, we had cold spots, and we have had to try to balance them manually many times. That's been one of the difficulties that we have had to face. Another difficulty is controlling and monitoring the system. Once the cooling district was operational and we had a connection, we had blindness on the district variables. Whenever we had any temperature issue inside, we didn't know if it was our problem or it was the operator's problem. So we had to call them up and request temperature information, flows, information on the flow to this card, whether it was the district and we looked for the problems internally or it was something up to them, up to the operator. We've been solving that with thermometers in some specific points at points of the building, and we've got a little bit more control. But that was one of the things that caused difficulties. Another challenge was when you design a new building that is not operational. It's pretty easy to produce the design and install, but to us, it was install parts that were more modern and then match or fit to the cooling district with a building that was already operational. That was pretty complex. We had to move a whole floor, almost all of it, and to um, I don't know, renovate, renew, make amendments. That was another challenge to overcome. Here, I want to show you the connection to the cooling district. On the left-hand side picture, that's the incoming of the freezing water. It goes into the substation. And then the other pictures you can see when we began to remove our equipment. We did this in stages. We connected one of the chillers. We left it operational for the building while we removed the other one to make the amendments and the changes for the heat exchangers. We had parallel pumping systems. We had to move them. So that was one of the challenges. It was interesting, and in the end, the downtimes in the supply of thermal energy were not so long. That was removing everything, all the equipment, and this was dismantling the fifth floor terrace chiller. These are actual pictures how we use the space. The terrace on the fifth floor was renewed completely. It was space, adaptations, locations for the servers. And in the substation where we had the equipment, this is what we have right now. So we removed the cooling towers, we removed the chillers, so we were able to build this monitoring controlled office for the technicians that are in charge of that in their conditioning system. We adapted restrooms, kitchens, and so on. And the picture on the right-hand side, you have the heat exchangers. That's where we do the exchange to cool down our system. As Herman said, the water from the cooling district does not have it's not mixed with the client's water, in this case our water. And we do the exchange in our pumping system. We control our system, we do our treatment. We have our own independent control in all the cooling district. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for joining the Congress. Thank you for your presentation. As you may well know, we're going to ask you to remain longer. There'll be a QA. Let's go with our next talk and we'll get back to you later. Thank you for this presentation about the benefits and challenges of connecting to a cooling district from the point of view of a final user who has installed climatization system. Now we move on with Diego. Uh, hold on a second. Sorry, he'll be talking about the air liquid in Tocancipá plant. It's a unique example because of the low impact, environmental impact. Mr. Frade is a mechanical engineer, graduate from Tecnológica Nacional de Buenos Aires University. He's a specialist in industrial medicinal gases with 20-year experience in the industry, production, maintenance, and gas application projects. He currently works as the industrial manager of Air Liquide Colombia, and since 2016, he's responsible for the multi-generation plant. We welcome Diego Frare. He's here with us. Welcome, and please go ahead. Hello, I hope you can hear me. Industrial Energy District. We can hear you. And we can see it. You're late with the time, I know. So I have to rush through. This presentation will be different from the others we've seen. And I have to clarify and present the company. Air Liquide is a French company and it looks at gases for the industry and for health. These are some of the gases that we commercialize as a company. The name of the company again is Air Liquide. That was the beginning. That's how we started to operate. What the company did around 1900. It's oxygen, nitrogen, and argon, and then some other gases that come out of other industrial processes. Here we're going to talk about at least part of the genesis that gave birth to this project has to do with energy use and sustainability using CO2 to be used in the industry. Let's hear the current case. It's an old company, but it's pretty new in Colombia. We started operation in the country with this project called multi-generation in Tocancipá municipality. It's a few kilometers north of the biggest capital city in Colombia, Bogota. We built a brand new facility. It was an investment about $40 million within a facility of Coca-Cola FEMSA. It's a bottling company. It's one of the main bottling companies in the country and in the region, of course. This concept of multi-generation has to do with providing different services to the process. Our client is not an office, it's not climatization, it's not cooling or air conditioning, but it has to do with uh, production of the drinks. There you can see a picture. We finished building in 2018, and we use a gas turbine to supply the products. We provide all the energy that is needed in the park. Part of it goes to the bottling company, and part of it we consume it in our processes to extract, purify, and store the carbon dioxide that is part of that combustion that we had for the use of the energy, the natural gas. I'm going to move on. Multi-generation concept. The advantages: we maximize fossil use or fuel use better because we use it for electrical generation. It's natural gas, but we can use the thermal energy as well for the bottling processes that I'm going to describe later. And like I said before, to extract the carbon dioxide. This type of solution is customized. The advantage is less cost to acquire these products that we would have to buy from outside or separately. I mean, with different boilers, compressors, and so on. And on the other hand, uh, another reason or the interest of the client, in this case was Coca-Cola, was to try to make it a low environmental project, low environmental impact project. Since we capture a great deal or most of the emissions to generate our energy, that allows the impact to be low, even though it's a process that uses non-renewable energies, that in this case is natural gas. Factors to bear in mind, there are many more, as we've seen after the different presentations, but still remember to this type of project is the process, that is to talk to the client, to respond to the client's demand for stability. Other factors have to do with the distances. In the case of urban energy districts, the distances are longer. This is an industrial park, so the distances are within hundreds of meters. And then these projects are framed in the energy transition idea, and the idea to use fuels that are available, in this case natural gas of the network, but in other cases it could be interesting to see a project where we can use some biogas source, for example. Another factor to keep in mind is the capital investment. These projects demand a lot of capital because of the technologies that are involved, automation, the scale, the size of the equipment, the type of equipment, they demand a lot of investment. Talking about the core of the solution, We have framed there in the center this tri-generation. On the one, we have a gas turbine that has a recovery boiler. In the gas turbine, as we said, the natural gas comes in and we produce electrical energy. The gas turbine has a big flow of fume gases. They still have a lot of thermal energy. It's available to use in the processes. That's how we use a recovery boiler, and we use that thermal energy. Out of those two energies, then we get the rest of all the other subproducts. On the one hand, electric energy, of course, for electrical more engines, chillers, and we produce coal through ammonia compression systems for us and for the clients' processes. And then on the other hand, we have another byproduct that is air gases. And the GHG, the only one we have because it's methane, is clean fuel, is carbon dioxide. So what we do is we capture the carbon dioxide from the fume that is being released, and then we pass it through different purification processes. We recover it, and finally we liquefy it. We store it in tanks in liquid form, either for consumption within the park, or we can pass it to a a tank truck and sell it outside the park. Water is used for cooling or evaporation factors and so on. And other products from the plants are, in addition to electrical energy, we have compressed air, steam, freezing water. They are called utilities. And in our core, which is the industrial gases, we have nitrogen that we produce through a membrane to separate the air. And then on the other hand, the most important thing of the investment, a core part of this process, is CO2, the food degree CO2. Another important factor is that these projects, we see they'll be more and more frequent to try to use the energy. They were based on an experience that's been there for over 20 years in Brazil, where we began to verify and see the benefits of this integration amongst the different refrigeration systems, refrigeration processes, heating, in the case of thermal energy, and the use of on-site energy, on-site generated energy. Savings, the cost, the distribution costs of energy, that helps make the project more profitable. It means we don't have to pay fees of the transportation being transported. Again, we can use the thermal energy. About how the process began, we have a gas turbine, 5.54 megawatts of power. Another factor to keep in mind these projects, which also has to do with the investment, is that we're located 2,600 above the sea level. The efficiency of the machines, in this case the turbine, is 25% less than in sea level conditions. So that is a part of the factors to bear in mind when you consider this type of project. This energy is equivalent to the power to 20,000 households, and it is distributed amongst the users of the industrial park. I'm going to share a short video as to how the turbine works. It's a 1-minute video. How does a gas turbine work? First, the air comes through the admission turbine. Then the compressor increases the air pressure before it goes into the combustion chamber. The compressed air is mixed with the fuel, it's lit on, and it creates gas expansion. a hot gas. Finally, the expanded gas drives the turbine to power it and it generates mechanical energy. And what are gas turbines good for? They drive electrical generators with the mechanical energy supplying electricity and heat. That's cogeneration. Similarly, they activate pumps that transport liquids. And finally, they drive compressors to supply gas, natural gas to houses, buildings, and industries throughout the world. As you could see, we see the basic functioning of a gas turbine, and we get the electrical energy out of it. And we have an exhaust that is around 500 degrees in the fumes, and we have still energy to be used. That's where we come into the second phase of the equipment, which is the recovery boiler. We see that the gas is going at 500 degrees. They produce steam or vapor, and they come out about 150, 180 degrees. It's a cogeneration process that vapor or steam is used in different functions along the bottling process, either for sanitation, for cleaning up, different equipment that is used to produce the drinks. These are carbonated drinks, and also for other heating needs for to dilute sugar or syrup and so on. As part of the vapor is used in the CO2 plant. So far, what we've got is with natural gas and the air from the atmosphere, we produced energy, and the fume gases, as a result of the turbine, will go through this boiler and generate vapor or steam at a temperature of 150 degrees. They'll be driven through some pipes through the CO2 plant. This is a very simple graph. Is the two parts of the CO2 plant. On the left-hand side, we capture the CO2. At the bottom, we see the gases from the combustion. They're basically water, steam, air gas, and CO2. CO2 is just 3% of everything, the gas, of the gas flow. So it'll go through a washing cycle, and then right in the center, there's an absorbing tower. It has a solvent. It's called monatomic. It captures only the CO2 of the combustion gases. All other gases, basically nitrogen and oxygen in the air, and the water, steam, because of the methane consumption, are again released into the atmosphere after some washing stages. And then the CO2 is in a solvent solution. Then it comes into another stage. Then we use part of the steam of the thermal energy that we have recovered in the boiler for combustion, and we heat up that solvent so that it releases CO2 again. So at this stage of the process, we need to bring heat, and in this case, we can do it through the part of the heat generated by the combustion gases, and they're transferred through the steam that we use for the application. This offers the chance well, two things. We can capture close to 90% of CO2 from the combustion. So the process is low emission, and that CO2, once we've purified it, is the CO2, it'll be the gas in the drinks, in the carbonated drinks. So that also means that that product was not transported from another distance, a long distance, with the corresponding use of fossil fuels or non-renewable fuels such as um, engine oil. So it's over 95%. Then we need to purify it and take it to a purity of higher than 99.9%. So what comes is the next stage, where there is a compressor which picks up that current that was released in the previous process of CO2, and it goes through concentrates. And finally, we have the use of coal in the previous step. We could use thermal energy in the form of heat, but here we have part of the cooling energy. We do it based on the energy from the process. It's an ammonia process, and what it does is it liquefies CO2, changes into another phase, and it's stored in tanks. In case the bottling company needs a product, there's some vaporing units. The product automatically is drained out of the tanks. It goes into gas and goes to the gasification process. For product surplus, we have a loading deck with special tank cars or trucks. They have special insulation. They're filled with the product. They're transported for other food applications. And then finally, up to this moment, we had the tri-generation that I described, and the other part of the energy will produce cold to produce the drinks. Basically, one of the uses is to gasify the drinks. They need to be pre-cooled to improve the solubility of the gas and the carbon dioxide. So we have ammonia chiller equipment piece. It's a conventional chiller in that sense, but it has different improvements, enhancements for energy efficiency and energy use. It has three stages. It cools down according to demand, depending on how many lines are operating at the same time. It may vary. It could be none to all through different stages. So these units have speed variators, so the capacity may be regulated through a control system to produce the thermal load needed at each moment, and also with better performance and better use of the electrical energy. Now, reviewing the figures, this system has about 1,000 tons of refrigeration. What we use for CO2 is about 600 tons of recovery. And like I said, we produce 10 tons of steam per hour for 5,500 kilowatts of electrical power. This is the core of the whole multi-generation plant. I did not include it in the presentation, but I said it. Other utilities are also fed by the electrical energy of this production on site, especially compressed air, the nitrogen production too. Okay, that's the talk. As you may have seen from the different projects, is to be versatile. Think up different applications, take advantage of technology. I think the big innovation element is to link these to renewable energies and improve the energy use of different processes and try to make sure that in each case, both in energy supply and demand, so that the projects become interesting. I don't know if there are questions. Yes, we have some questions. I want to welcome Cristina Mariaca. She'll be leading the questions. Welcome again. And the two speakers. Go ahead. Thank you, Diego and Santiago. It's a great pleasure to see you again. And thank you for accepting this invitation. It's important to hear that viewpoint as an operator, as a final user, so we can see the whole process, how cooling districts may be implemented. I know we are late in time. I'm going to ask one question to each one. First one goes to Santiago. How have you, in the governor's office of Antioquia, have you have strengthened the labor competencies of the staff that does maintenance with these new facilities and installations connecting to the Alpujarra cooling district? We always have mm, hiring processes, and they are specific for maintenance. So whenever we do previous studies for these hiring processes, we request that the contractors or the possible applicants already have knowledge on all these systems and the type of equipment. That's how you can guarantee that the complement from the district or the help, the support from the district, and where we have the connection through the exchangers and the pumping system with our system, then we'll always see a match. First, we have the support from the utility company EPM. The EPM company is the operator, and on our side, through the contractor, we have appointed for the maintenance. Okay, thank you, Santiago. That means that you have found staff who is trained to operate and service this part. Yes, we as the governor's office, we do not become engaged in the transfer station because that's up to the EPM utility company. So if there is maintenance to be done in the exchangers, and for example, this week they installed a filter in the network, in the incoming network of the cooling district, EPM does that. The utility company does that. Okay, thank you. Now, Diego, you talked about the integration of renewable energies at the end of the presentation. Is there any specific proposal to begin to integrate with this plan, in this plan you have in Tocancipá? That's the first question. A second question, similar to Santiago's question, is this staff that operates the plan, I mean, is that installed capacity, or how did you find the staff, the labor competencies? How do you find them? About the first question, we're just getting to the top install capacity. It's a project that is at a first stage, and we depend on the client that has the project midterm and long term. The idea is to provide support, and we have assessed different options like solar energy and stuff, but so far we don't have a project for that yet. It's something that we've been considering. The opportunities are important, especially to use biogas, or in the future, we need to see how legislation evolves and carbon capture develops. That's something we are working on soon. So we could come up with another project out of that. Now, about the people, the staff, it's yes, a very important input for this kind of project. The diversity in energy, machinery. We rely on third parties, uh, equipment representatives, and so on. So we have a multidisciplinary team at the plant. There are technicians, engineers, chemists, electricians, mechanics, electrical experts. They specialize in different stage of the operation of maintenance. Plus, we are usually training and maturing everything about the um, team that manages the plant. Um, for example, this idea of reducing these plants in the future, they have 10 to 15-year experience. So we have been here only for 5 years. So, okay, we still have a long way to go. Thank you very much. Very interesting. Thank you for your answers. There might be other pending questions in the chat. We'll try to get them to you, and hopefully we can answer them and understand this process better. From the viewpoint of final users, I want to thank you again, Santiago and Diego. Thank you for joining our meeting. It's been very relevant and important to have you with us. So we go with Laura to close today's second day of the Congress. Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye. I'm going to share very quickly with Christina, because she is going to close this first part, this today's first part of the meeting. Thank you very much. I want to thank all the audience. I want to thank the fact that you joined us today, this morning shift of our second day of a third International Congress on Energy Districts. We could cover that process that is so relevant, that is to go from planning, the importance of institutions, the importance of the integration of public interest and the project developers. That was that early panel and the presentations about how to develop these projects. We saw the example in Singapore, and we saw what is happening in Colombia now. At the end, how the final users integrate. We realized this is very comprehensive work, and energy districts is joint work between the parties, the public institutions and the private sector. In all cases, what we've seen is that it is a sustainable solution. It responds to get to zero carbon, but we need to overcome barriers that are only solved with joint work between stakeholders, the planners, users, developers. I apologize for repeating it so much, but it's very important that all the audience and everyone understands that it's joint work. It's to take on the challenge together to make sure the projects become materialized, they are enforced, and we can achieve the energy goals that the government seeks, and also achieve the goals of performance, efficiency, productivity, what we need to have in the private sector. Thank you very much for your company today. We invite you to join us this afternoon's meetings. Laura will give us further details, and then also tomorrow when we will close the Congress with some cross-cutting activities that are relevant to the process, and is the inclusion of financial mechanism, integration of renewable energies, and everything about sustainability of knowledge and the human capabilities at the technical level, also different disciplines for these projects. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Christina. Let's take a look at the detail, but we closed the academic agenda. I'd like to invite you to resume after 2 in the afternoon. We'll have some presentations of articles and papers from universities and companies, and there'll be 2 rooms. It's important that you pay attention here. There'll be 2 rooms, room 1 and room 2, and there'll be 6 presentations in each one. So at 2 in the afternoon, we expect to see you in room 1 to look at those speakers. Some remarks by Roberto Incapié, then the chair of the Colombian Association of Engineering Faculties, and then you decide which room to go to and listen to the talks. Today's afternoon's shift will conclude with the awards of the best papers. If you'd like to hear in detail the next section, we invite you to go to www.distritoenergetico.com/congreso.dt. That's all. That's all I wanted to share. See you at 2 in the afternoon.
Esto permitirá que la renovación urbana tenga un compromiso amplio en la acción climática en el marco de todos los acuerdos que hemos venido firmando.
El cambio climático nos ha puesto a repensar la manera en la que creamos y distribuimos energía. En este sentido, los distritos térmicos le apuntan al mejoramiento en la manera en la que hacemos esto. Se estima que podemos tener ahorros entre el 30 y el 50% en el consumo de las energías primarias, pero incluso ahorros en términos económicos. Esto va a tener un impacto gigantesco en el ordenamiento territorial sostenible de nuestra ciudad. Tenemos que empezar a pensar en la implementación de este tipo de sistemas que le apuntan al mejoramiento de la calidad de vida de todos los cartageneros y cartageneras, pero también a enfrentar esta crisis climática.
La ciudad de Medellín ha sido pionera en la implementación de distritos térmicos y ha sido un referente muy valioso para poder evaluar y determinar que efectivamente son una solución que aporta en la disminución de las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero. Para el 2020, las emisiones evitadas fueron 451 toneladas en el año, lo cual nos lleva a que sigamos trabajando en esta línea y más aún cuando se piensa en que sean promovidos con energía eléctrica y más renovable.
Desde el área metropolitana queremos decir que recibimos con mucho agrado el proyecto de distritos térmicos para nuestro territorio, ya que él hace parte importante de la planificación territorial y nos sirve como base para la planificación de otros proyectos conexos que van a mejorar la calidad de vida de nuestros habitantes.
El distrito térmico está aportando al cumplimiento del plan de adaptación y mitigación al cambio climático a través de la implementación de acciones entre los diferentes actores institucionales para la implementación de tecnologías de impactos positivos al medio ambiente.
Los distritos térmicos colaboran en la acción por el clima en las ciudades de diferentes maneras, no solamente los estudios técnicos que se requieren para todo lo que tiene que ver con el consolidado de gases de efecto invernadero en las ciudades y cómo sería su próximo control, sino que también colaboran a hacer un reconocimiento de las capacidades en los recursos naturales, no solamente las fuentes hídricas, a través de los estudios hidrogeológicos y hidrológicos que se pueden realizar, sino que también hacen parte de la generación de información necesaria para la toma de decisiones. Distritos térmicos hacen parte de nuestra estrategia de biodiversidades y seguiremos apoyando fuertemente este tipo de alternativas de energías renovables que van a permitir darnos un poco más de tiempo respecto al tema de cambio climático.
Los distritos térmicos sí propenden por la acción climática. En las grandes ciudades estas son estrategias que se deben implementar precisamente para eliminar el uso de las sustancias agotadoras de capa de ozono. Pero también a su vez vamos a estar haciendo acciones que disminuyan la generación de CO2 y a la vez vamos a estar combatiendo todo lo que tiene que ver con cambio climático. Particularmente para Santiago de Cali contamos con el Plan de Gestión Integral de Cambio Climático y en ellas, dentro de las acciones por el clima, están contempladas la construcción de distritos térmicos.